Good morning to everybody and welcome to this meeting of NHS Grampian Board. And that's a welcome to any members of the public and of the media who are joining us today as well. And before any other matters, I would like to give a special welcome to our new board members. I'm delighted that our 3 new local authority nominated non-executive members are in attendance. We have Councillor Tracy Collier from Murray, Councillor Anne Bell from Aberdeenshire, and Councillor Ian Yule from Aberdeen City. As we know, our councils are key partners in designing and delivering health and care services, and this will be clear from the plan for the future paper that we have today. And our councillor colleagues bring invaluable knowledge and experience of their communities to our work as a health board. So Ian, Anne, Tracy, I'm very pleased that you've been able to join us so quickly after your appointment. We look forward to working with you and meeting you soon, hopefully in person.
Thank you.
I'd like to move to item 1 and any apologies. Sarah, would you like to take this?
Yes, before the apologies, can I just do a quick housekeeping announcement? So we've, in the interest of transparency, we've decided to record board meetings now and then post them up on the NHS Grampian website afterwards. Other boards are doing this, and we thought it was a good idea, particularly today with the strategic plan. So the recording has now started. By staying in the meeting and contributing, you're agreeing to the recording. If I could ask people who are not board members and not here to speak to papers to keep their cameras and their microphones off, please. If you wish to speak, please put your camera and your microphone on. And it's up to board members' discretion if they want to keep their cameras on throughout the meeting. On to apologies. We have apologies today, John, from Amy Anderson and from Sandy Riddle and from Leslie Hall, the Assistant Board Secretary, Kate Danskin, Sandra MacLeod, the Chief Officer from Aberdeen City, and Pam Milliken, the Chief Officer from Aberdeenshire.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Can we go to item 2? Can I ask board members to indicate now if they've got any declarations of interest for agenda items today? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody signalling, so if we can record that in the minute, please. So that takes us to item 3 with opening remarks, and I'll kick off with this. I've got 3 points I'd like to highlight today. First, I'd like to congratulate everyone from NHS Grampian who participated in Grampian Pride last weekend. We had an excellent turnout, and it showed the organisation in all its noisy and multicoloured splendour. We're rightly proud of the progress we've made to be an inclusive and supportive employer, encouraging everyone to be true to themselves. Whilst we must never rest on our laurels about equality issues, it's good to celebrate both diversity and the progress society has made in embracing it. Second point, I want to provide a quick reminder of the wider context in which NHS Grampian is providing frontline services. And this sets the backdrop for us to move forward with the new strategic priorities. There is dissonance now between the continuing effects of COVID on our systems and colleagues and the return to normal feel of life outside the NHS and care sector. We're still experiencing exceptional demand and flow pressures across the health and care system. As the performance report will show, the system is toiling to meet delayed demand for diagnosis and care, and our workforce has had no respite from 2 years of extreme pressure and very challenging working conditions. I believe that as a board, we must keep the reality of what the NHS and care sector has gone through and the continuation of challenging circumstances in our minds as we make decisions today about our priorities for resetting our services and our relationships with communities. We've got a tricky balancing act ahead of us. Whilst we must be bold and ambitious to inspire and lead change, we need to be supportive of our workforce and alert to the risk of demanding too much from them. That leads into a third point that I'd like to highlight, the final one. We've got an extended time slot today so that we can give the appropriate level of attention to these various matters as we consider the board's new strategic plan, the plan for the future. I won't anticipate the discussion on that item by going into any more detail now about the extensive engagement exercise which we've undertaken to produce the plan, or the principles of partnership, community and engagement that underpin it. But I will say I'm looking forward very much to this item and see it as the first of many discussions which this board will have about reshaping and redefining healthcare into a connected and person-centred system which is sustainable going forward. It's a big challenge, but it's one that we do need to address. I'll now hand over to Caroline, our Chief Executive, for her opening remarks.
Thanks, John, and morning, everyone. I hope the sun is shining where you all are, despite Stonehaven's chilliness. So just to begin with reiterating and underlining actually John's comments around the continued pressure on our system, and to formally record my recognition of the impact that brings for colleagues and our population. However, despite that, I am absolutely delighted to be bringing the board our plan for the future, and I have to really congratulate and thank the whole executive team, particularly the strategy team under Adam Caldwell's leadership, and for the contribution of public partners and colleagues who have made this the plan that you're going to see and we're going to take time to discuss. It is a huge achievement to reach this stage, given the focus on the pandemic response that we've had, and I believe this sets us in a really strong position and on the front foot as we set about delivering the future of NHS Grampian with its partners. Given the statement to Parliament earlier this week on the resource spending review, I think our timing couldn't be better in bringing the strategy forward for approval by the board today. And I'm really looking forward to discuss and explore what we've put forward as the what, and the next step we'll be bringing to the board in August will be the how, with an implementation plan. This will enable us to consider the many challenges and the opportunities for the future of NHS Grampian. And again, really looking forward to the lengthy discussion that we've got planned and the space we've created for that to do that together as a board today. We recognised several months ago that we must review our assurance framework to shape it to oversee the delivery of the new strategic priorities effectively, and I'm pleased that we have revised the terms of reference for our assurance committees before us today, and again we will be taken through that by Sarah Duncan, Board Secretary, and huge thanks to Sarah because that has been a significant piece of work. Like the strategic plan process, this is the start of a process to ensure that we have an agile data-led assurance system. John's mentioned performance, and the performance report that the board scrutinises at each meeting will be evolving and being adapted based on the new strategic priorities and your continuous feedback to make sure that the performance report that comes to the board is as meaningful as possible. Today's report continues to align with the 3 delivery objectives of Operation Iris, which is coming to an end on Monday, the 6th of June. The plan for the future sets out NHS Grampian as an anchor organisation with significant influence and the ability to work with communities to improve both the place and services available. And I think the report on the proposed transfer of Lee and Coyle to a community trust is an example of the type of activity that the plan for the future explicitly commits us to do more of. We've also got on the agenda the approval of the inclusion of children's services in the Moray scheme of delegation after a decision of Moray Council to approve the transfer of those services to Moray IJB. Again, a really strong demonstration of partnership working, and Simon Boker-Ingram will take us through that later on in the agenda. We're following up the discussion from April's board meeting about the progress of the Baird and Anchor. Again, another fantastic piece of work and a huge achievement. With a paper asking for the approval of the additional expenditure highlighted to the board in April as a result of market conditions, and Paul Allen will take us through that. Finally, NHS Scotland and other devolved public bodies have been asked to adopt a revised model code of conduct, and this is also on our agenda today in addition to the usual committee reports. And just to finish, I've got a couple of additional things that I'd like to add. So I think that this is Rachel Little's last board meeting. I'm just looking for confirmation of that, actually. And for those of you that don't know Rachel, Rachel has been our wonderful employee director, and her tenure has come to an end, and that Stephen Lindsay is going to take up that role. And just wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of John and myself and the board, Rachel, to acknowledge the significant work that you have undertaken in your role, and particularly your approach, your thoughtful, quiet and highly effective leadership style, I think has brought a completely new focus and frame on GAPF and the work that we do in that space and as partners. So I would ask colleagues just to turn off their mics and to do a real round of applause and huge thanks to Rachel, please. And then just to conclude on some more wonderful news, I think, before we get into the meat of the board business, is to bring to the attention of the board that hot off the press, that Reverend James Faulkner and Dr. Noha El-Saki have both been named in the birthday honours list. I'm sure many of you know James and Noha. James is a former healthcare chaplain of NHS Grampian and led the Robertson Roof Garden and ARI Colleague Garden projects, to name but a few of his achievements. And Noah, who has been to this board many times, is the lead infection prevention control doctor and consultant in medical microbiology and virology. And Noah helped to shape the response to COVID, both locally and also very recognisably nationally in Scotland. So I'm sure you will join me in offering them congratulations for these really well-deserved honours and the recognition. Thanks, John. I'll just hand back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Caroline. And there's some that's really good news. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, if we can go to item 4 and the minute of our last meeting on the 7th of April. First of all, for accuracy, we've got this as pages 3 to 13 in our pack. Can I take them in groups of pages for people to signal if there's any points of accuracy? Pages 3 to 5, pages 6 to 8, pages 9 to 11, and 12 and 13. Okay, I see nobody signalling, so I'm assuming that we are happy to approve those as accurate minutes. Thank you very much. Now to matters arising. Is there anything that anybody would want to raise from the minute? If you can signal to me just now. Okay, Derek, please come in.
Thanks, John. Page 11, item 8. It says that timelines for planning for Model 4, this is the Murray Maternity Unit, by June 22nd, June the 22. Now, given this is only the 2nd of June, I don't expect that we've done that, but I was just looking for, are we on schedule to do that by June? And the second one was setting up the joint committees. Any progress on setting up the joint committees that we need to put into place?
Okay, thank you, Derek. Who will I pass over to? Caroline, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Derek. So we are indeed on track to have a implementation plan for Model 4. That will be by the end of June. We are, of course, critically reliant on that being a joint plan of implementation with Highland and the requirements of Raigmore. So as it stands, we are currently on track and working really closely around the timelines for that, and I remain focused and optimistic that we will deliver on that timeline.
Thank you. And Caroline, the joint committee being set up?
sorry, John, just help me with that. Is that in regards to the Joint Committee for the maternity work?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have established a governance framework and that will feed into our Executive Collaborative Oversight Group, affectionately known as ECOG. And so that's where the oversight of our joint work will be undertaken between Highland and Grampian. We are establishing, because both boards require, through the strategic intent of Best Start, to have a programme board of how they are progressing the national strategy on Best Start. There are individual pieces of work for Highland to do and Grampian to do, and there are joint pieces of work. So pleased to see that, where that work comes together and feeds into the Executive Oversight Group, we have set a plan in place to have a joint committee which will be chaired by Simon Boker-Ingram and Catherine Sutton. Simon is the Chief Officer and Moray Portfolio Lead and is in the board today. Catherine Sutton is the Director of Acute Services in Highland, and they will co-chair a joint committee for Moray Maternity Services work that will report into ECOG. What we don't have clarity yet on, John, is the oversight group from the government that is going to be put in place, and we are in dialogue with Scottish Government colleagues around who that will be and how that will work, but we don't have explicit clarity on that yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Derek? Yeah, okay, thank you. So I don't see anybody else looking to ask any further matters arising from the minute. So if we can move on to item 5, please. And so this is the plan for the future. We've allocated 90 minutes or so to this item. There's a presentation, and when we get to the Q&A part of this, I'm wanting to structure it under a number of headings, and Adam will share the headings that I'm wanting to do that under. And the idea of that is, because we've got an extended period, it'll allow us to have a more discursive conversation around those different headings. So if I can ask members to note the headings and bring your questions and comments in under the appropriate ones as far as you can. Can I pass on to Adam and your team, please?
Thanks very much, Chair. So I was just conscious for the new members of the board. I'm Adam Caldwell. I'm the Director of Strategy and the Deputy Chief Executive. And I'm delighted to be joined by all the people that have done all the hard work for this. There's Amanda Campbell and Dawn Getliff, who I think you've met before, Jenny Young and Susan Harold, who you've definitely met, Lorraine Finn, who did lots of the early work when you met her, and tons of work since, and of course Lorraine Scott, who is here every week. So there, lots of the people have done a ton of the work, and we were sorry that Louise Ballantyne isn't able to join us today, or with any members of her team. They're all actually off doing an event together. And they've done a ton of the work as well. So we're just sorry that they're not there, not here today to see the end product here. And there's loads and loads of other people who have contributed from almost every part of our organisation, but that's the kind of core team. So just really pleased they're joining us today to hear the board's discussion and indeed join in at bits depending on the questions that the board raised today. We're going to start off, John, by showing a video, and if Jenna is ready, then we'll just start with that, please.
Two seconds. Right.
We're now at the stage where we're ready to share our plan for the future. We feel confident that it turns what we've heard, what we've listened to, and what we've worked on into clear intention for NHS Grampian. This is a historic moment for us and for the future of health and social care in our area. One of the things we've all toiled with over many years and in developing our new plan has been the traditional tension between enabling wellness whilst responding to illness. Previously, we've often had the idea that one of these things is good and one of them's bad, and that's resulted in natural swings from one side of the pendulum to the other. So, just how do we make positive steps for a different future? Our new approach is to create a real sense of balance between the two ends of this spectrum. They're both crucial to us going forward if we're to succeed, and if we don't have them both working in balance, we won't make progress in the way that we want to. That's why throughout the plan for the future, there's a constant balance between the idea of responding to illness and the delivery of services. And this is interwoven positively to impact on the population of our health. We want vibrant, flourishing communities. If you ask me what keeps me awake at night, then it's a sense that we have a system that's not sustainable. That's why at the heart of the plan for the future, we need to create a sustainable system for the next decade. We've received a huge number of inputs from our stakeholders, and everyone agrees what we've put in place is absolutely critical. And we're going to think about people, place, and pathways. 3 very simple things that underlie all that we wish to do. Now, each of these is now going to be expanded on by one of the members of the Chief Executive team.
The first element of our strategic intent as we plan for the future has to be people. We need to have a different conversation and relationship with the people of Grampian and our colleagues to ensure sustainability whilst also meeting the needs of the population. To live in a fair and vibrant society where individuals are not left behind but flourish, we intend to focus on improvements for all citizens, joining with them in partnership, not only to improve population health, but also to reduce inequalities and ensure timely access to healthcare when needed. Children and our colleagues will also have a specific focus. By giving children in their early developmental years the best start, we help to create healthier, happier adults and families. That's going to be huge if we hope to reverse the increasing trends in inequalities, healthy life years lost, life expectancy, and healthcare consumption. We also recognise the significant pressures our colleagues continue to face and the resulting disconnection, uncertainty, and challenges this has created, particularly over the last 2 years. It is essential that we focus on improving our colleagues' experience because a valued, empowered, and thriving workforce will create and lead the innovation that our communities need and that our colleagues richly deserve. That is a key commitment in the plan for the future.
The second element is about places with 3 focus areas: an anchor organisation, our communities and the green agenda. Each of these is linked by our commitment to becoming a more mindful and deliberate partner, working with others to achieve sustainable change for our communities. NHS Grampian is an anchor organisation with special responsibilities in our communities because we are a large organisation with significant spending power and economic impact. We are one of the biggest employers in the northeast of Scotland. We have a footprint in every community, and a large proportion of people who live in Grampian interact with us. We are trusted as a brand, as professionals, and as people. And we will use these characteristics and the reach and influence they give us to make a real difference, particularly through our power as an employer, making efforts to attract, train, and recruit people from communities that need well-paid, skilled, sustainable jobs. Through our purchasing and procurement power, choosing to purchase goods and services from local businesses to support the North East economy, by opening up our buildings and facilities for communities to use. People looking for and caring for each other is a building block towards resilient, healthy communities. With our communities, we work alongside our partners to ensure that the remarkable community and neighbourhood work to support each other during the pandemic continues in the future. We will be an active and committed partner in community development and planning to integrate the work already being done to support communities to thrive. The third priority is a commitment to becoming leaders in sustainability, to reducing our impact on the environment. We have a legislative and moral requirement to deliver a net zero carbon service across our infrastructure. This requires emphasis not just on buildings, but on reducing, reusing and recycling. Our travel policies, healthcare practices, use of buildings and supporting change in communities are all part of the bigger shift towards sustainability.
Now, the final element is about creating pathways of care, which are responsive and adaptable so that they can truly meet individual people's needs. Care is currently too fragmented. People don't know how to navigate it or which way to turn, and is often difficult to access in a timely manner. We need to create care pathways that are empowering, built with and around people and families, ensuring people are truly partners in their care. We want to use every opportunity for prevention in all of our pathways, whether that's in primary, secondary, or any other of care delivery. We must deliver real opportunities for people to improve their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health and well-being. Ultimately, we want our pathways to enable our population to live healthier, longer lives. We know that access to services is now a bigger issue than ever before, and far too many people are waiting far too long for the care they need. This plan sets out our clear intent to create new, working pathways that are quick, simple and efficient. People should be able to access the right care at the right time, delivered by the right people. It must also be delivered safely and in a way that prevents avoidable harm. To ensure the care we provide is joined up and connected, again, our people are going to be vital. We need to work as a whole system, keeping people at the centre of everything and not letting traditional boundaries get in the way. Unacceptable and avoidable differences in healthcare systems simply must be minimised if we are to make progress. As we move forward, real consideration must be given to individual circumstances, even beyond a person's healthcare needs. And that'll be done by working with our partners to provide a proper holistic approach.
We hope you found this brief introduction to NHS Grampian's plan for the future and our fresh approach to people, places and pathways inspiring, and want to explore the details further. We're really excited about the opportunities it presents. There's no doubt this is a challenging time and there's loads of work to do to turn our strategic intent into reality. We know actions speak louder than words, which is why work starts now to put in place realistic, achievable, but appropriately ambitious implementation phases for each of the priorities in the plan. That's the critical next step on this journey. We will only be able to achieve these aspirations with your full support and by working together, united in our vision and intent. Whether you work in health and social care for one of our partner agencies or are a member of one of the diverse communities we serve, I hope you will join us on this journey and grasp the huge opportunity this is to create the health and social care system in Grampian that we all want to see. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jenna. I hope that ran okay for everyone. It stuttered a little bit at my end, but whether that was my local connection or everyone's, but hopefully you all got the real feel for the plan for the future. Jenna, if you're happy just to pop the slides up. So I'm just going to talk through the paper, and rather than just talk, I thought a couple of bullet points might be helpful just so that you're aware. Jenna, I've just thought, could we go to slide 7 first, just to the last slide? So John explained that we thought it was helpful, and it's only intended to be helpful, nothing else. That the 5 sort of areas that the Q&A will be structured under are the idea of process, then the framework, the enablers, the communication engagement, and then next steps. And I'm going to do a single slide on each of these now. So I'm just going to expand on the paper under those headings. And then that's the idea of the structure for the conversation, which we'll have at least an hour to discuss the plan for the future. So if we go to slide 2, please, Jenna, that'd be great. Thanks. So the first sort of items and issues that I wanted to highlight were a bit about how we got here. So what's the process we've done? What's the work that we've done to enable us to develop the plan for the future? And I just wanted to pick out a few highlights on that. We've done a huge amount of engagement with many methods, which we hope has set the tone for how we want to do things in the future. So as an organisation, that sense of how we relate to our population, to our partners, to our staff groups, and we think we've made a really, really good step in that direction. And if you remember, we used the process called the double diamond, where from the very inception point, we explore with the people that we're working with, be it population, staff or partners, what are the important things for people to be able to bring out and bring onto the table. So it starts not with anything pre-formed, but very much an open sheet that allows us to develop that together and in partnership as we go forward. You'll remember that Lorraine Finn brought all sorts of detail about that after the phase 1 part of the double diamond, and again in the papers, if you follow the links and through the website, there's lots of detail there if people want to remember what that was about and look at how we've drawn the conclusions we've drawn. The second bullet point is really one of governance and I hope really good assurance to the whole board that the Engagement and Participation Committee, so for anyone that's not familiar with that, so I'm talking to people beyond the board, this is one of the formal committees of the board, and it explores the engagement and participation approach of the organisation. And we've had a number of papers at their committee over the period of time, and they have at each point given us a sense that they are assured by the approach that we've taken to develop the plan for the future. So again, a really positive sense of the approach we've taken has been in line with the vision and values and what we want to achieve as an organisation. The next issue I wanted to just tease out and expand on a bit, it's written in full in the paper, but just for this introduction, was around the digital publication. So we've very deliberately from an early stage made the decision that we didn't want to publish a traditional strategy document. We wanted to create an electronic approach to how we do it. And there was a couple of really key reasons for this. The first one is, in my sense, having developed strategies over my whole career, that's planning's really been my whole career, that often we develop really, really great stuff, but in a written format, it both literally and metaphorically gets put on the shelf. And it's very, very hard to keep it live and vibrant. The digital format of doing it, where we have such a digital approach to everything, I believe is going to allow us to create a much more dynamic and live approach to this plan for the future over the coming 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years, however long this runs for in a really active manner. And really crucially, what it allows us to do is to keep it concurrent, dynamic. It allows us to change it. So I'm not for 1 second suggesting that what we've put down won't need to be improved and changed and modified over that period of time. I think the fundamental structure is really good and will be fairly consistent, but there's lots of bits within it that we're bound to improve as we go. Now, by having it in a digital format, we will keep changing that very transparently. It'll be very clear what we're changing, but it means whenever anyone looks at it, whether you're a staff member, a member of the public, a partner organisation, you can see exactly where we are at that point. You couldn't ever achieve that in a traditional written format. The final bit on this slide that I wanted to just point out was around the testing of the plan for the future. So in the video, I said I was confident that we'd got to a place where we were ready to share. So the double diamond process has allowed us to develop in an iterative basis what's important for people and for us to bring that to the fore. We had got to a kind of a reasonably steady position a couple of months ago, and we've spent the last 2 months just finessing that, but really testing whether those principles that I'm going to share with you in a minute, and the video shared with you already, were robust. They were what people were wanting to know about, wanting to lead on, wanting to develop over the coming period of time. So that's been a really fundamental bit that I would like to kind of assure the board that we've tested that again with public staff and partners, that we're absolutely in the right place and we're reflecting what they've said. If we could go to the next slide, please, Jenna. So this is our diagram that I hope we will see thousands and thousands and thousands of times over the next few years. I'm really hopeful that people will use this at the start of every presentation they do, and that as they do it, they will use this as the hooks to hang everything that we do from this summary diagram. The video has spoken about all the bits, but I'm just going to pick out the bits that I want to make sure everyone's understood. So if you start in the very middle of the diagram, so the middle circles, we've got three things that I want you to think about. There's that idea that we need to have a sustainable health and care system. So that sense of what I said in the video, what keeps me awake at night is that anxiety that we don't have a sustainable system. So that's really key. We want to get sustainability. The other two bits in the middle is that idea of balancing enabling wellness and responding to illness. So they're both really, really important. And we want to keep that pendulum firmly in the middle, not one's good, one's bad, again, as I said in the video. So that's the bit in the middle. And then as you work round the next circle, the next concentric circle, we've got people, places, and pathways. And those are the three fundamental hooks that we want to hang everything we do on. And further out in the next row of the diagram, the next circle out, we've got the 9 priorities that we're describing under each of those. And I won't go through those now. They're there for everyone to understand. And hopefully the video, Sandra, Nick and Tom, hopefully really brought those to life for you. And then at the bottom of the diagram, we've got a people statement, joining with people to flourish. Joining with people to flourish. What a fantastic ambition. And that was developed by the whole board. That was one of the sessions we had as a whole board and one of the statements that we developed there. And for places, we've got using our places to proactively seek the best health and well-being and fairness for all. So just say that again, using our place to proactively seek the best health and well-being and fairness for all. And again, that was jointly developed with the board, as was the third one around pathways, which is enabling a partnership approach to our pathways of care. So I hope we'll all genuinely really use that diagram all the time. And when we're talking about something, we will be really clear which bit of that we're hanging our narrative, whatever we're going to be speaking about, off. So we keep coming back to this strategy, the plan for the future, really clear how we're going to work. So if we could have the next slide, please, Jenna. The enablers package is both in the board paper and sections in the website. Some of the websites are more expanded than the board paper, and some of it's very much what's coming through in the development plan. And again, if we absolutely want to stick true to this ethos we've got about co-producing things, then some of that will continue to develop over many months as we really get some momentum to fall out of the plan for the future. So quite a lot there, quite a bit more to come as we really bed this in. I'm not going to go into each one, or I think I'll just be far too long speaking. So they're there for everyone to understand and see how they fit together. If we could do the next slide, please. So I think many of our board discussions about many things, this is often at the very heart of what we do. So we have lots of good things, but a real crucial bit about how we communicate or engage and those things on a spectrum of what we're doing through both ways. Everyone knows what I mean. So just 3 things I want to pick out here. So the first one is this idea about having a different relationship with the public, staff and partners. And I've said a little bit about it. I just want to say a bit more. We've spoken for a while and different amounts of this in the organisation over a period of time. But what we all know and what we all understand is when we get everyone involved and we get all the people involved, we get to a very different place than when we do just a few people trying to think about stuff, you know, metaphorically in the darkened room sort of thing. And we had, honestly, the most heartwarming feedback I think I've heard so far was fed back yesterday through I think it was the Aberdeen Community Planning Partnership, I think was the meeting, and it was Jenna that fed this back. But the lead officer, the general manager, chief executive, Dave Black from GREC, the Grampian Racial Equality Council, gave, from my perspective, really high praise that what we've managed to do, and this was around ethnic minority groups, under their support and help, we'd engaged in a different way than ever before, where we hadn't gone back over the stuff people had said lots of times before, but with their support, we built on that in communities whose voice we seldom hear. And we've been able to reflect that in the plan. So that was the feedback. We've had similar feedback, that's very fresh, from other groups that we've worked with, some of the seldom heard voices, as well as people who are just part of the population. And all of those voices are important, and how we work with them and how we balance that and get an understanding of it is absolutely essential. So how do we keep building on that and make that absolutely up the middle of what we do every single day? So that's the first bit, and that is a real key ambition. The second bullet point I've just put up, and there's a few bits throughout the paper on this, it is around how we deliver with partners. Caroline, the Chief Exec, Caroline, has made a couple of fantastic statements about it's really clear we cannot deliver the plan for the future on our own as a single organisation. We have to be working with other organisations, with the population, with our partners, with our staff. And lots of the build up to today, and the many times we've met with different groups, external bodies, the board, I think this is one of the real questions up the middle, is how do we take what we've reflected in the plan for the future and work with other organisations? Now, we've of course not developed this in isolation, this has been with people, but not at the very formal level. And so part of the work and the commitment from the board that you'll have read in the paper as we go forward is how we build on those blocks, those building blocks that are there, very good in the Northeast, but how do we take that to the next level? Now, for me, that's not a week on Monday. That's something that will take weeks, months, years, and we will keep going on a virtuous trajectory. We need to have that really robust, beyond the partnership, really robust working, really robust governance, and a real developing understanding of joint accountability and joint governance. So lots to do there. I guess that's all I'm trying to say there, is we're really conscious of it and lots to do. At a technical level, Susan in particular has done and Jenna have done a ton of work with plans. So at the planners level, it's really consistent across all of the organisations that sit here, but there's something about how we take that to the next level. So that's just a setup for that, and an awareness for everyone. And then the final bullet on this page about the launch and promoting the plan for the paper in appendix 3 is the communication plan, again, which Stuart and his team have been instrumental in. And there's a number of things there that are really important. I'm just going to pick out a couple. So the first one, and I think this is really exciting. It's really kind of modern, isn't it? But the formal launch of the plan happens at the end of the month. So maybe traditionally we would have said that the launch was from today. So what we know, and the really good evidence base about this, is that assuming the board endorses the plan, then we have a build up over 3 or 4 weeks that starts giving lots of teasers. It gets an interest. It generates something very different than if just from the board we say, well, there's the plan. So there's this trajectory of excitement building over a number of weeks that then launches the plan and clearly then makes the website public. It would be obviously inappropriate for us to have this in a public website because you haven't endorsed it yet as a board. So that goes forward. And then again, as you'll have seen in the communication plan, there's a sort of a fantastic build of interest over many months. So again, we're trying to get away from this sense that it's just a moment in time. This is the hooks that we hang stuff on all of the time, and there's things that happen every quarter. How do we generate teams' interest? How do we have packages of support that teams build? And again, something really that I really love is this idea that, you know, teams need to say, what does it mean for us as a team? And, you know, they'll have an opportunity to do a short video. So rather than a video of Caroline's team talking about it, there'll be lots of videos posted on a video wall where individual teams are saying, well, gosh, this is what the plan for the future means for us. And they'll share their sense of what people, places and pathways mean for them. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Thanks, Jenna. So next steps. So I've kind of probably gone into the embedding the plan for the future, but obviously, although we need everyone part of it, we absolutely need it up the middle of our organisation, and that's some of what I just spoke about. So I'm not saying more. The three-year integrated delivery plan is Caroline mentioned that in her introductory remarks, and this is absolutely the next key part of what we do. And this has two really key components. There's an annual delivery plan that becomes our contract with government, and then there's our sense of how we deliver the first cycle of the plan for the future, which will be a 3-year plan. And then each year we progress, that becomes a rolling cycle that goes forward. So a really, really nice model to keep it progressive, gaining more detail as we make progress on all of it. And again, just looping back to the digital format, how we progress on the plan for the future against the delivery plan against the plan for the future will be part of our website. It will be dynamic. Everyone will be able to see what progress we're making against the outcomes that are very clearly set out and all that sort of really exciting stuff. So just jumping to the timeline for that, for the 3-year integrated delivery plan, that comes to the board in August, and that will be our 1-year plan, will be quite a formal stage for government submission at that point, and the 3-year plan is slightly more draft at that stage as we, again, as I was saying earlier, as we develop that over 1 or 2 months, ensuring that we get really robust co-production of that across all of the teams that need to deliver it, and a real comprehensive sense of how we do it. How do we have the money? How do we have the resources, the people, all those sorts of things. The building blocks for delivery are, again, there's a section on this in the paper, but I thought just a really important one to pick out just now. And that's around 3 things that we have to get nailed down. We slightly lost track of them during the pandemic, and let me just spend a moment on them. We need to have really, so the heart of it, we've got to have really robust service planning. We need services to be able to identify how they work within the plan for the future, what's their vision, their sense of where they want to get to as an individual service to deliver against people, places, and pathways. And that has 2 really component parts that sit alongside it. There's our people plan, our workforce plan, and that needs to be able to support what we're trying to do in service planning terms. And then we need to have a financial plan that is realistic against those 2 things. So those 3 things together: service planning, workforce planning, and financial planning. And those are really the fundamental building blocks for us to make really productive progress over the coming years. And so through this first year of the plan, I think if we get those right, we will have a springboard for real success over the coming years. I've probably said enough on the timelines, John, and we can obviously pick any of that up in the questions. So Jenna, if you just flick to the final slide, just as a quick reminder, and we can keep popping this up and down at anyone's request, John's or anyone's request. So the process and the framework, that fairly long list of enablers, the comms and engagement, and the sort of real penetration into the organisation to have really good ownership, and then those next steps and some of the timelines that we all want to be understanding. Jenna, if you could drop the slides, and John, I'll hand back to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the video and that presentation. That was really very helpful, and I think it's worth just mentioning the challenge that we gave ourselves, or really what we gave to you and your team in terms of doing some of this quite differently from the past, having genuine engagement across all the stakeholders, reaching seldom heard groups, as you've mentioned. So I think one of the other things that the board have been very clear about is the intent, the what we want to do, but also the how. And that's where your delivery and enablers come. So I think we're very conscious of that, and we've given that challenge to you. And whilst in August we'll see some more of that, I do think we're going forward with big challenges, with our eyes open, but in a like you've used the word, sort of exciting. This is different, difficult, but needs to be done if we're going to move to be sustainable. So thank you very much for that introduction to it, Adam. What we'll do is I'll try and structure this, but don't be inhibited with your questions. If I feel that they can be held to another section, I'll do that, but do come forward with with any comments and questions. If we can start with the process part of how we got here, the process to produce this. Can I ask if there are comments and questions on this? Dennis,
Sure.
would you like to start?
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, my hands and system's not working this morning. We congratulate, obviously, in terms of the structure of the video, etc. Excellent. We've been fairly explicit as to the what and the how, and I'm wondering if we need to actually be even more explicit as to the why. Why are we doing it? And Adam's, I think, indicated in the sense the why when he said what keeps him awake at night. But I'm just wondering, do we need to be more explicit as to the why? Why on earth are we doing this? I think I know why, but I'm just wondering if it's worth being explicit in terms of making that statement. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute there. Thank you, Dennis. Adam, please.
Yeah, Dennis, sorry, I didn't. That's a great point, and I didn't. I didn't say much about it. I think we've got a really good, what we've called a case for change, which sets out the why. And apologies that I didn't make more of it, because it's a fabulous bit of work that Susan Webb's team, Gillian and others have developed. And it sets out against 6 key aspects, the sorts of pressures that we're facing to create the change. And if you want, we can expand on that a bit, but it's there, or we could support that offline to expand on it.
Okay, and I'm wondering, Dennis, behind your question, is it in terms of how we promote this? And
yeah, I just wondered if we needed to have an explicit statement. I mean, I think I know, I understand the why. I'm just wondering if we need to have that there up front as to the why. This is the why, and then we're going through the process. And I just wondered if that would be helpful. And it may be there, just that I'm not sure that it was as perhaps clear as it maybe could be. But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. I think that's a helpful prompt to go in, because we sometimes talk about, right, we need to be sustainable, but then going back to say, well, what is it about where we are that creates that requirement? So thank you. Can I turn to Derek, please?
Thanks, John. That was a really good paper, Adam. Good read. So congratulations to you and your team. I just wanted to make a point about the process. We're now at the back end about to hopefully approve this plan for the future. But I just wanted, for the benefit of people who haven't been involved in the board's involvement, to note that the board has discussed this on a number of occasions, so that when we're here now, we're not simply being presented with a plan to nod through. This is something that we have been involved with you in terms of the development of the thing, and wanted to congratulate you and your team for that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Derek. And I think we can note that in the minute, that the board have been part of that journey, if you like, of stakeholders who've been engaged with. Thank you. Can I turn to Rona, please?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Adam and team, I'm thinking about the process going forward. And I suppose you kind of led me into this by telling me I'm going to get very excited about this during June with the drip feed. So up until this point, we've had a very consistent and extensive level of communication and engagement within the board and out with the board. But somewhere along the line, this has to be what we do and not a main focus of discussion. So what is the thinking for maintaining the momentum that you've built up, but to balance that with an appropriate amount of visibility and consideration? And the reason I ask is there's a lot of changes coming through with this plan that should keep it more live and more in people's day-to-day and month-to-month existence. but it's how we balance, and I suppose really what I'm concerned about is how exactly we're going to do that. Because if we don't, we will lose the momentum that you've built up right across all communities. Thank you.
Adam, did you want to come in? Sorry, Caroline, you've had your hand up. I'll come to you in a second. Did you want to comment on this, Caroline, or shall I go to Adam?
I'm happy to come in on this, John. Sorry, I didn't realise I had my hand up. But I'm happy to come in on this. Rona, I think that is a really important point, and I think Adam referred in his comments about his experiences, and certainly that would reflect my experience of quite often once the planning piece is done and the strategy is published, it becomes an object that sits on a shelf, whether that's physically or metaphorically. And that's part of, I think, the rationale for the level of ambition, because we can't do this and we can't deliver on the outcomes that we have set out and continue to behave in the way that we behave, where communication is something that we do at certain points as opposed to continuous and in a different way engagement with our partners, with our citizens, with communities. And we need to continue to learn and build on the learning from what we've done in developing the strategy, but also what we've learned achieves best outcomes during COVID. So I think there is definitely a behavioural shift and actually holding ourselves to account, and for our committees to hold us to account on how we do pieces of work, and actually demonstrating that we're doing that differently. And communication is communication and engagement with the public in a different way is just how we do our business. Just to put a slightly more technical slant on that, Rona, if it's helpful. So we have hopefully a plan that will be endorsed today, and then we will be bringing the delivery plan in August. What will look very different is the alignment between the strategy, the annual government requirements around a delivery plan, and our 3-year planning requirements. And through the assurance of the Remuneration Committee, the absolute alignment of the executive's objectives with the delivery plan and with the strategic intent. And I don't think I've ever seen that alignment before. And core parts of that will be about the people and the engagement work. So that's the ambition, that's the hope, and the plan that's going to sit around that. And I'm sure we will continue to learn as we go through the next year. But we fully recognise, Rona, this can't just be a piece of work that we did for the strategy. It has to be how we do our business.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. Rona, did you want to come back?
Just to say that of all the people you mentioned holding us to account, you didn't, and it's unusual for you to have missed the public, because there's an element of the public holding us to account as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to come in on that, Adam, or shall I move on to Luann?
Happy to move on, John.
Okay, thanks. Caroline, your hand's up. No, okay.
I can't get it down.
Both can't. Yeah. Luann, please.
Thanks, John. Just to commend the team on the work that's been done, especially hearing and putting a focus on seldom heard voices. I think it's got us to a much more different place than we would have if we'd used traditional engagement methods. My comment is about the summary diagram that Adam mentioned and wanting to see it everywhere. And I really like that diagram as well. I like it because it's a circle and it's got that interconnectedness across the priorities, and also that demonstrates to me the interconnectedness with our partners and the interdependence we have on each other as a human system that is how we operate in Grampian. And it's very much a shift from the hierarchical NHS organogram structures and the sort of top-down approach. So it got me thinking, and it was on Dennis's point about what we're explicit about. I see that as a clear shift in the power, where the power lies in decision making. And I wonder if that's something that we're explicit enough on at the moment in the strategy, because I see it as a way of recognising that NHS Grampian is one part of a complex system. We have opportunity, but we don't have all the answers, and we want community members to help influence and shape how we deliver care in the future. So that power shift is really real and tangible. So I just wondered if we've made that explicit. Thank you.
Thank you, Luann. Adam, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I would. I think the change in the power dynamic is something we've spoken about against people, places, and pathways. So at each one of those areas, that I guess that's at the heart of it. And maybe we'll have just another look about whether we've explained that well enough. I think the use of the word power is a complex one for how we've tried to frame the document, but I think we'll explore that, because certainly the pathways in partnership is all about that transition of power between patients, the public, citizens, and us as a system that tends to hold all the power, and that's been a huge amount of the development and the discussion there. So we'll have another look at how we framed it, Luann. Thanks, that's a useful observation, and see if we can frame it better. But the sentiment is absolutely at the heart of all three bits of, as I say, people, places, and pathways.
Okay, thank you very much. And just before I go to Joyce, I'll suggest that I'll invite any of the executives here today just to comment on Luann's note there about that particular diagram and how much you feel that will resonate with teams as we go forward, as being at the heart of demonstrating the framework of what we've got. But first of all, just go to Joyce.
Thanks, John. I agree that this has been a very different process, and we've got a very different output from it, which is going to be much more useful and not just sitting on a shelf. Luann explained much more eloquently than I would about the diagram, but I think it also leads to another opportunity where, whilst we may be very excited about this, it's difficult to get the public excited about a strategy. However, that diagram gives us the opportunity to have conversations that we never had before, and also to start the conversation about the transfer of power also means the transfer of responsibility. So we are looking for people to become more self-reliant and responsible. And I think that's a really nice way to lead into it, because it's going to be a big change for people, and we need a gentle way to move and have that conversation. And I think it's something we should have, everybody should have on them at all times to aid conversations about various aspects of it. So I think this is an incredible change to how we speak to people, what we do, and to take it forward. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Joyce. And yeah, that was partly what I was thinking. What one of the comments I was going to feed in was developing that relationship with the public needs to have a point of conversation, and that does seem to offer a real prospect there. And it was good to hear the feedback from Greg in terms of the harder to reach, seldom heard groups as well. So can I go to Nick? Nick is our medical director.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. So I wanted to really comment on that. So I think the diagram for me, I find it incredibly useful, and I think, as described, it gives that opportunity for a hook in for a meaningful conversation with other people, and I think that's what's really, really good about it. I also wanted to comment actually on the thing about power shift, which I think is really interesting, because I think for me, one of the real strengths of the strategy is about holding things in dynamic tension. So we talk about that sort of balance between enabling wellness and responding to illness. And I think when we're talking about power shift, it might be even more helpful to talk about holding that in an appropriate tense balance. Because what we're trying to recognize, exactly as Joyce said, is there's accountability, there's responsibility, there's power, there's all these sorts of things in there. And what we're trying to do is rebalance the relationship rather than necessarily push it all over into one direction. And I think that's the real challenge, is, it's a bit like opening a conversation to saying, well, it's all up to you, isn't so helpful. It's about sort of saying, we've both got a role here. We've both got responsibilities. We both need to be involved, and we both can influence. And I think that whole thing for me about that central thing that we're actually holding those dynamics in tension is what sits in that transfer of power question.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. It's good to get this out, because we can develop what the questions and what the points of the conversation are. So thank you for Tom, our Director of People and Culture.
Yeah, thanks very much, John. I've really found the diagram hugely beneficial in kind of context setting when I've been working with groups in exploring the draft colleagues and culture section, a plan for the future. I think it's you know, the visual representation is really helpful, particularly because you can walk through it and see the linkages between the 9 different elements rather than them sitting there as separate strands of activity. And I hope that will present for people a sense that the plan and what it aims to achieve can be more than the sum of the parts. So it seems to have been received really well and it's been really useful to use. I think it'll also be helpful for the dialogue that we need to have around, you know, what are the cultural changes that we need to achieve in order to deliver the plan, both in terms of our own internal workings and you know, the work we're doing around, for example, a culture blueprint to support it will I'm sure benefit from a really good visual representation like this, and I hope it'll also be a really useful frame for the dialogue we need to have with, you know, the wider system, with the population, with other stakeholder organisations as well, about how we want to and need to relate to one another. So yeah, it's hugely useful, I think, as the basis for conversation. I think Joyce's comment about having it sort of to hand in a variety of settings is absolutely right. It'll be a really useful reference point for us.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. That's very helpful. If I can go to Paul Baku. So Paul is our Acute Medical Director and the Portfolio Lead for Integrated Specialist Care. Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think one of the very obvious things that we've noticed in clinical teams is that really welcome position of both treating and preventing. I think one of the things that was often said previously was that sort of tendency to shift from one to the other. But now they really do start to recognize that at any given point in time, they too have a role in the prevention as well as the treatment. And that message is coming out very, very, very clearly now with that diagram in mind. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And the portfolios, the pathways is really embedded through that. Thank you. Can I turn to Stuart? Stuart Humphreys is our Director of Marketing and Corporate Communications.
Yes, thank you, John, and morning, everyone. I guess I just wanted to contribute to say I'm both pleased and slightly relieved that you like the circle so much, because you'll be seeing an awful lot of it. Along with the Plan for the Future logo, it will be very much front and centre in all of the materials we produce going forward. In the appendix, which covers some of the comms that we have planned, it references toolkits. And that will be providing both staff, patients, partner groups with a set of tools effectively to hold those conversations, and with some prompts as to why are we asking, how can you take personal ownership, what can they surface to us as an organisation. So just to reassure that those are very much things that are on our mind as we move forward. In many ways, the challenge starts now, in that hopefully if signed off today, all those materials need to be built at pace to be ready for that go live date, hopefully at the end of the month. So just to reassure that those are very much on our mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stuart. And if I can go to Susan. Susan Webb is our Director of Public Health.
Yeah, thanks, John, and support everything that my colleagues have said in terms of how easy it is to use and engage our teams around a different type of conversation. From my team's perspective, it allows us to flag some of the really good work that's going on in the system. It enables us to give it visibility, but importantly, it allows us to join the dots and hopefully increase the pace and scale of the change that is starting across the system. And as a group that work very closely with community planning, I think the wording and the language fits very nicely into the wording and language used in community planning, should allow NHS Grampian to tie into the work of the wider partnerships very easily. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Susan. And Simon, see you've got your hand up. Simon is Chief Officer at Moray IJB and Portfolio Lead in Moray and Dr. Gray's.
Thank you, John. I think important from a chief officer perspective, and been working very closely with my two colleagues from City and Shire, who, you know, Sandra was one of the contributors on the video. I think important to just flag that the congruence with what we're trying to achieve through health and social care, and really important that journey involves the whole of the staff group across health and care. And I think really importantly that the work that we're doing in social care absolutely links to the same principles. So how do we create an enabling environment? How do we work with individuals? How do we meet the needs of individuals who have the power and the control? If we think of the mechanisms that are being pushed through to all three partnerships in the really good use of self-directed support, for instance. So I think that those mechanisms really support that NHS Grampian direction of travel, but link in our partners really well. And I think that diagram absolutely is that bridge to social care and then beyond to third sector and the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Simon. And I'm aware that Adam and the team have worked closely with the planners in councils, IJBs, etc. And dare say that work will continue to get that synergy across. Okay, so thank you very much for all those contributions around the process. We've probably through that diagram we've gone into the framework, so that's fine. So are there any other questions around the framework which the diagram represents? The 3 Ps and the 9 priorities that are captured in there. Does anybody want to ask any questions around this? I have one, if I could just ask. Oh, Caroline, you come in first then.
Thanks, John. And it's not really a question. It's just an observation and thoughtfulness. And I think in my opening remarks I commented on the spending review, and I think the reason I explicitly said I think this puts us in a strong position is because we know that going forward there are going to be significant financial constraints across public sector, and for me what this does right at the heart of it is make it explicit where our strategic intent is. And therefore I do think it's important that we acknowledge, and I know it's one of the recommendations within the paper, that this, to achieve this ambition, is going to require us to make some difficult choices at points moving forward, and that will be relatively soon actually, and I think being able to explicitly have that balance in the centre that colleagues have described as being so helpful for a number of reasons, I hope will also in a way hold our attention and hold us to reflect and account for decisions that we're making in regards to how we use that very precious financial and human resource in prioritising particular programmes of work. So for me it was to make the connection between the broader context of financial constraints going forward and the fact that we know where we want to get to, and that is going to require us to be a really thoughtful and considered board working together to make some challenging decisions, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. And if I can just dive in, Derek, before yourself, because it kind of links to that comment. We've got this balance between treatment and well-being, probably using the wrong words there. I'll have to learn this better. But we've got this balance in there, and clearly demand and capacity, or demand and supply, is going to be key, and what we can actually stand up and when. So in those plans, and being mindful of the financial issues. So I'm assuming that in terms of getting balance, we're looking at trying to get that demand and supply more in balance, because as we see on other papers on the agenda, that's not where we are just now. Adam, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to comment on that.
Yeah, John, I'd love to. Thank you for bringing me in. I think that there's lots of the planning work and lots of what we're doing as the next sort of chapter of planning absolutely relates to that. So what we're really clear on from really all the engagement, so the hundreds, thousands of people we spoke to in the engagement phase, that when capacity and demand are out of kilter, so people are waiting for a long time, which we recognised in the strategy, and it's part of the access priority, that's a really big deal, absolutely understandably. And so one of the loudest things we heard about was that challenge with access. However, if access is really good, it's the bit that's not very important. So it's a real hygiene factor of having that right, and that allows us to do, I guess, all the other things that allow us to transform a system for the future. So we're really conscious of that, and Paul and others are doing a ton of work. So the real key planning bit of work that we're thinking about, and we'll get started after today. Well, we kind of started, but really get to it with is how do we get unscheduled care and planned care into much better balance? So how do we ensure that the planned care bit, so the bit that Paul leads on our collective behalf on, is uninterrupted by variance in the unscheduled care work? And so that's one of the team's key things for us to work through. We won't fix it. It'll be all the teams that work in the system that will fix it. But we're just trying to get the guide for the work really finessed, and that's one of our immediate bits of work that we're doing. And then that fits really well with that wider bit of planning work that we're doing around Dr. Gray's and the Murray position, which again is referenced in the paper, where trying to find how Dr. Gray's fits as a really key part of our system in this wider Grampian, and then how it works in a really robust network between Aberdeen and Inverness. So those are two really big bits of planning work that are just going to take our planning time over the next few months.
Yeah, thank you. And for me, that there's a lot of assurance in that, because it means this is grounded in the challenges and the opportunities that are out there, and therefore has credibility as people are dealing with those pressures. So thank you. Derek.
Thanks, John. To me, really pleased to see the encouragement to link with partners. We've got IGPs, we've got community planning partnerships, we've got local authorities. For this to succeed, I think these need to work. These linkages need to work. So really pleased to see the positive application to that, and it will be interesting to see how that actually turns out into being over the next couple of years, because I think that's key to achievement of what we're trying to achieve. And a second little bit is consistency of language. Actually reading this, I quite like the language, but we've got other documents here, workforce, finance, digital infrastructure are the ones listed. If we could ensure that the language in those documents is the same, and just as a wee example, I was seeing bits and pieces of the sustainability strategy where the language is different. So if we were able to get that consistency of language through the whole process, I think that would be hugely helpful as well. And just going back, I do like the language that's being used here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Derek. And the fact that it's a live website and can evolve, and these factors can be considered. And I'm sure we'll get other feedback as well for developing that. Okay. Can I take us on to the enablers, and if we've got comments and questions about this? So these are featured in the plan, but we will be seeing more of the detail through the delivery plans come August. Are there comments and questions on this aspect? Nick?
Yeah, I'm happy to go with a little bit of a comment. I mean, I think obviously the enablers are absolutely critical, and each of them opens up into a large substance of work. There were two areas that I just wanted to just indicate that because they appear as almost single words in the enablers, but sitting behind them is a huge amount that needs to go on. And the first is around education, and the second is around research. So education is linked into workforce. I think, as I've always said, you know, we're a local education provider. We are a critical institution in educating a whole range of professional groups, you know, in this region. And so our role in terms of developing that is critical, and that is both for the supply of workforce, the maintenance of our current workforce, the retention of our workforce, as well as for the local economy. I also would like to highlight the area around research, and in the past we've had a board research strategy and a plan around that, and again that's another critical piece of work. You know, we're a research organisation. We work in partnership with you know, our universities, and that again is a very substantial endeavour. So I guess it's not really a question. It's just a comment that almost every word that you look at in those enablers, there is a big body of work sitting under it. But I think those two areas, us being an education provider and a research institution, for me are one of the critical components that will support our workforce.
Thank you very much, Nick. I think that's helpful just to appreciate all that sits within this. Okay, and probably timely for Batty to come in. Batty is our University of Aberdeen nominated non-executive. Batty.
Thanks very much, John. And Nick, I'm delighted, as you can tell, with what you've just explained, and I think that makes absolute sense to me. I suspect we will probably need to discuss this further when we come to the how, as Carolyn explained in due course. But even the what element, I think, is quite critical if people move their minds into sort of forward gear and shift a couple of decades hence, because of course education will be very different to the kind of education that health professionals currently receive. In other words, the belief that you can teach everybody what they need for the rest of their lives in 3 to 5 years, that paradigm is going to be challenged in future. So I think somewhere along the line, I think it would be helpful to see how NHS Grampian will grapple with the complexity that genuine continuing professional education embedded within clinical practice throws to an employer, to a workforce. So that was the first observation. The second, of course, is research is not only commendable, but it's going to be an inseparable part of high quality care. Because at the rate at which new discoveries are being made and innovations are being introduced, I think there's a bewildering array of things that health professionals of the future will need to disentangle, critically appraise, and make decisions about utilization in everyday practice. And the field keeps moving very quickly. So again, I think it's very important to have it there in the what, but I suppose it's the how that's really important, because people need some sort of a bandwidth to stop meeting intermediate targets, which are process outcomes, and at some point think about the reasons why they're doing certain things. And that clarity can only come from a workforce that don't necessarily need to be researchers themselves, but need to be research literate. And that's a big piece of work, to get the entire workforce trained in a way that questions whilst they're continuing to deliver clinical service. Thank you.
Thank you, Batty. I think Nick, would you like to come back?
Yeah, absolutely. So completely agree. And picking up the area around continual professional development, completely agree. Batty, you know, we're still learning 30 plus years into our careers, of course we are. And one of the things I'd like to just highlight, again, another couple of words tucked into the strategy, which is around what we've called the professional assurance framework, which we've had in place for around 5 years. We're working on version 2, and one of the critical of the 6 domains in that is education and training, and that's a focus on how do we continually develop our professional workforce. And that's a real multi-professional approach, because structurally the different professions are very different, but that is absolutely recognised as a key task. And I'm shortly going to appoint a new AMD around our workforce, and the emphasis around that is recognising that we've got quite good established structures around undergraduate and postgraduate education and training, but we've got less well-developed structures around professional development. And my portfolio covers many other professional groups such as dentists, healthcare scientists, etc. So it's not just doctors, but really good point, and there's definitely some work in there which we're hopefully trying to move forward.
Thank you very much for those. And as I was listening to that, whilst it's slightly different, but it's on the theme, I know, Batty, you've been strongly supportive of the lead that Luan has taken through endowments, of being able to spread the research focus onto the care side and into the community as well. And I think what that's seeding currently will actually come through on that. Evidence, being evidence literate in the way people develop services in the future. So there's a range of angles around that. Thank you very much. So I don't see anybody else signaling on the enablers. Can we go to the 4th chunk of this? Oh, Tom, did you want to come in first?
Yeah, sorry, John. Just a reflection really on what Nick and Batty were saying, and thinking about where that pops up in the enablers section, or what popped up from, which is obviously next to the bit around workforce planning. And I suppose one of the things around the ask of us in respect to workforce planning moving forward is not simply to sort of describe a plan, if you like, of numbers, but actually to look at, describing how we are going to attract, train, employ and nurture the workforce now and in the future. And I think in the same way as Nick and Batty were describing the need to help the workforce think about, the why of things and think about the future, that's something we need to be doing through all aspects of our workforce planning as well, linked to service planning and finance. So I'm hoping that actually the development of a workforce plan with those pillars will give the opportunity for pulling together some of the strands that Nick and Batty have been describing, noting that they exist in the way they do through activities that are ongoing in our system as well. So, and there's a lot of depth to those, but we have the opportunity through the workforce plan to kind of draw those strands together and describe the picture as a whole as well. So hopefully that's, we're not just talking about a set of numbers here, we're talking about something a bit more developed and sophisticated than that in producing the enabler plan in the next year or so.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. We look forward to seeing that as it develops. Adam?
John, sorry, I just wanted to, because we haven't spoken about it, but I know it's something that's really critical to board and particularly to committees who do much of the work on performance. But part of the plan for the future, a group have been working really hard on the performance system, which will look very different going forward. And we'll have I think it was what Caroline was saying earlier, but that sort of golden thread between how things line up. And so it was just a passing comment. And in the informal session we had with some board members yesterday about the website, it came up and it seemed to generate a sense of assurance to the non-exec board members who sit in the committees that actually that would line up much better against the outcomes that we set out. Again, you would have seen those in the paper and in the website, and that sense of progress against the outcomes and that outcome framework rather than lots of the proxy measures we typically have. So I think that's an exciting sort of step forward. Again, it will take a while to really bed in, but again, it's a step change that we're trying to springboard from the plan for the future.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll pick up on that further with the board assurance framework paper that demonstrates how we're aligning the committees to the strategic intent to seek assurance on key aspects. Thank you. So if I move us on to the communication and engagement part, and maybe Adam, can somebody in the team just for a minute or so just highlight the website so that those that are with us today who haven't had the chance to go and see that can just be clear on what to encourage them to find it and then to use it. And can I ask you to do that first?
Yeah, of course. We'll get Lorraine Finn to do this. Hundreds of Lorraine, so Lorraine Finn is Finn. We'll ask Finn to do that. Is that okay, Finn? I did make mention of it in my narrative, but I'll just reinforce it, John. I very appropriately, and I'm sure everyone knows this, but just in case anyone hadn't picked up on it, it's a development website, so it's not searchable from the public yet. There's all the links that you've got in the paper, and that was why we included a Word document to board members so that you can pick up the links and get onto the website. Obviously, once you're in it, you can navigate it at your leisure. And then as Stuart's team build up the launch, it then flicks across to being a public searchable site. So again, that's all part of that build up as to how that works. Lorraine, are you okay to do a brief summary?
Yeah, I'll just share my screen and have the website there. Hang on a second. Hopefully you can see that all right now.
Yep, that's up on the screen, Finn.
Yeah, so as Adam mentioned, that this is our current development site. You will see the top. We've got a moving banner with the 3 people, places, and pathways along the top, and scrolling slightly further down, that then gives you the options to click into the details. So we have our people, places, and pathway on the top row, and then further information underneath around why we need the plan, and what you've told us, so around our engagement process and our various phases, and information further down the video that you all saw at the start of today, a section for resources and more information on our intent, and each, just very quickly clicking the people, each section will have a bit of a landing page with a small sort of headline, if you like, and then as you scroll down, each area will have the priorities that are under each of our 3 people, places, and pathway, which again is clickable to give further detail, and as we work up the site, there'll be more links into either other parts of the plan for the future or our NHS Grampian wider site, or indeed any external sites as well that is linked to that specific area or priority. Is that okay, or do you want any further information?
That's excellent. Thank you very much. It was really just to get a hold on what is there and encourage folks to get connected to that. So thank you very much. You can take the slide down now.
Thank you.
So thank you, Lorraine. So comments and questions on this aspect of communication and engagement.
Let's start then,
Dennis has his hand up,
John. Can I take Rachel and then I'll come to you, Dennis?
Thanks very much, Chair. I would also agree with all my colleagues in terms of the tremendous amount of work that's gone into the plan for the future. And I suppose I'm just really conscious of there's been significant communication and engagement, and I would hope that would be able to continue going forward. And I suppose one of the things that I've been looking at in terms of our staff within NHS Grampian is, you know, what may success look like in terms of the communication and engagement, and actually wouldn't it be nice for our staff to be able to, you know, clearly articulate their contribution to the plan for the future and the delivery plans that we'll develop. So it's just a kind of, I suppose, an aspiration that I'm holding, and I hope that it can be achieved. Thanks.
Well, that's fantastic. Coming, you know, if a GAPF perspective on that, as well as what we've heard from those attending today, just that really switch it on. Thank you. Dennis?
Yeah, thanks, John. I think can I just begin by commending the team that's put this website together. They had asked me to look at this, to road test it against some of the assistive software, to which I did. And can I say this is perhaps one of the best, if not the best website I think I've looked at in terms of road testing for assistive technology. The work that's gone into this is to certainly be commended, but it does enable that equality across, I think, the people using assistive technology. So it really is a fantastic piece of work, and I really can't speak highly enough of the team that's put this together. It's absolutely fantastic, and I think, you know, in moving forward, if it can maybe have just that element of encouraging that engagement from people, and especially the public, to engage. So really is to ensure that we have that engagement bit in order that the public can make comment, leave comment, apart from just navigating. So in order that that remains fully accessible, but a tremendous piece of work. So I'll just leave it there, John. Okay.
Okay, I'm sure that's very much appreciated. I can see some smiles. Yeah, thank you very much, Dennis. That's good to know on an evidence basis that is the case. So thank you for that. Luann.
Thanks, John. And I think building on what Rachel was saying, my angle there is I think that the success of this strategy will only be achieved if it's delivered, if it's owned by our frontline team members, and they feel empowered to deliver their part of care differently as a result of knowing their place in the strategy. So I'm interested to understand, we've now got the best practice Australia results, and how will we be building our work to win the hearts and minds of our frontline teams, really to own this strategy and feel it's theirs, and empower them to do the best for the people that they see.
Thank you. Tom, can I bring you in? Or Adam? Sorry, I'm seeing who. Tom first.
I'm happy to pick up on that, John, because my hand was up to just kind of endorse really what Rachel was saying. All the evidence suggests that where staff in an organisation understand how their contribution supports the organisation's overall direction of travel, then that is, you know, generally consistent with both high levels of engagement and high performance for the organisation. So it's a win all round, I guess, in that respect. And just thinking about ways in which that might be done, and linking it to Luann's point, I suppose, if I remember rightly, within the paper there is a commitment around members of the executive team and the board being proactive in explaining, communicating, and helping people to understand the plan across the system, so that can be shared more broadly. And I guess that is a responsibility we have, isn't it, for helping it to be easily understood. But it also ties in with some of the feedback it's an opportunity for us, I think, relating to some of the feedback we've had through the BPA survey about visibility and about the execs and being visible and present in the wider system. So we've got an opportunity, rather than just working with a traditional method of cascade, to actually use this as the basis for conversation with colleagues if we're as and when we're out and about in the system. And I think that's a really good thing for us and good opportunity for us to have, that will support their understanding and awareness. But also, if we think about processes like appraisal, and one of the the deliverables that we've been working up for the colleagues and culture section of Plan for the Future is around, I guess, reinvigorating the appraisal process as we move to transition away, hopefully, from the pandemic response. It's helping people to understand how their contribution fits. The appraisal process is a really valuable opportunity to do that, and I think if we can create a culture where that is happening at all levels for all colleagues on a regular basis, then that can only help to, it's an activity that it can help to engage people with the plan for the future in a meaningful way, not the words on a website or on a paper to have as well.
Thank you, Tom. Adam.
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, Tom just described that fantastic. The little bit I was going to add, just to support Tom's bit, was obviously staff have been a huge bit of creating the strategy so it reflects what staff thinks important. And I don't mean everyone at all, but there's a couple of thousand staff joined in, and part of that road testing I was describing has included some focus groups with staff as well as public members. So again, there was some very positive feedback about how people could see themselves in it. But there is now a ton of work, and in Stuart's paper, the Appendix 3, there's that sort of continual bit of how do staff see themselves and reflect their work and see how it reflects it. So exactly as Tom describes, there's a lot to do, but hopefully a solid foundation, because everyone's been involved in getting it this far. Not everyone, but lots of people have been involved getting this far.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was thinking that on Joyce's earlier point around the diagram. It's not a whiz idea that somebody came up with in a darkened room. It's got a lot behind it. Thank you. And Caroline, did you want to come in on this?
Yeah, I think most of my thoughts have been picked up, and predominantly it's in response to Rachel's comment. So, but just to restate the kind of really critical ones. So whilst it's an ambition that Rachel holds, and that's quite right, or an aspiration, sorry Rachel, I think that was your word, I see it as a critical imperative. The only way we will achieve this level of ambition in our strategic intent is for our colleagues and citizens to help us come up with some of the solutions. We do not have the answers to some of the tensions that Nick describes, or the fact that our system is toiling. As a board, we don't have the answers. What I see our role as is around creating the conditions for colleagues and citizens to have a much more powerful voice, and to own some of the changes that need to happen. So actually, this is for me one of the things that we are setting ourselves an ambitious piece of work, and if it doesn't land, then holding ourselves as an executive team and as a board to account on what have we not quite got right, whether that's about our visibility, whether that's about the psychological safety, whether that's about the level of engagements that Luann was referring to in the Culture Matters work, then we just have to keep going back and revisiting. And for me, that sits under the leadership enabler as well as the cultural priority. And the leadership enabler is there. Clearly leadership is spoken about a lot, and quite often, as is culture, and quite often it's difficult to articulate what are the actual changes that need to happen to enable a much more engaged and workforce that is able to deliver the strategy. So I think that, as Tom set out, that is a key piece of work that actually I hope, going back to Rona's original point at the beginning about people holding us to account, I absolutely hope that we as a board are going to set out our commitment to that. Certainly as an executive team we will be, and then actually our colleagues in the system can hold us to account on whether or not we have delivered it, as will the outcome of level of engagement and ownership of the work that needs to be done. So feels a bit scary. And feels different, but I think unless we take those bold steps, we're not going to achieve what we're trying to do, because absolutely I believe our colleagues and those in receipt of our services are the ones that have the answers.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's well said, and I think it's important that we see that right at the centre of this. I was also minded making a link to Rona's point about momentum. And I think all of that's implicit behind this, that the hard work starts, assuming that we endorse this and approve this today, the hard work starts around all of that. But at least we've got our eyes open, and that's key. Bert, can I go to you?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about the involvement of partners in relation to this strategy, and we heard earlier about how important the delivery is to engage and involve partners. And I know that there's been a lot of engagement, a lot of involvement with partners, and that's good. And I guess Derek was perhaps alluding to this in his earlier remarks as well, but partnership working can be tricky. And it can be complex at times. So I agree that it's important that partners are involved. But moving forward, how do we ensure that that commitment remains, and how confident are we that that can be achieved? Thank you.
Adam?
Yeah, maybe I could just set a couple of comments up, and then other members of the team will add to it much better than me. In the enablers section, what we'd called there was a row called Healthcare Alliance, which is now going to be called the North East Alliance, and that's an officer group, so it's got the limitations of only being an officer group, but it's got a really strong commitment from the 3 local authority chief executives and Caroline, obviously, alongside the chief officers, trying to bring in the health and social care partnerships, and Susan as the director of public health. That's quite early days, but gathering a real momentum for a commitment to try and work differently. We've then got our role, as Derek has spoken about lots through the last year, of how we use community planning. And again, I think one of our thinkings is that through Susan's team, we've had good working in community planning, and we need to make that, again, like everything in the strategy, part of all of the team's business. So again, that's one of the other things. And I think the very formal bit of how we work with the integration joint boards is part of what I was describing. Is it needs to unfold again as we go forward. So the IJB's construct changes slightly with the local elections recently, and so we need to build a carrying on momentum, but with some new players around the table as we go forward with the IJBs. And I think what we've observed, and I'm pretty sure it's true because it's been verified by the people, we have some really fundamental and goodly in place. That doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Really good and in place building blocks that allow that next step. And one of the questions we've been asking ourselves in that North East Alliance is, beyond getting on and working well together, what's the different outcome we can achieve by doing that successfully? And that's one of the questions we're just framing at the moment. But I'm sure Susan, Caroline, Simon and the others would add to that, John, if that's okay, and bring a bit more flesh to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, does anybody else want to come in?
I'm happy to come in just to build Please. On that, yeah. John. So Adam's absolutely right around the North East Alliance, and that is building on really strong foundations that have been developed over years through integration. And just to note, police and fire are also around that conversation as key partners. But just to go back, so absolutely agree with everything that Adam has said. And Bert, I completely agree that partnership working can be tricky, and we are all constrained by different political constraints, different financial constraints, and different strategic imperatives. So my approach to that and learning over the past 2 years is absolutely the importance of relationships, the importance of keep going back and actually focusing on what is it we're trying to achieve for the citizens across Grampian, and that is very often an area that we can coalesce around, irrespective of the administrations and the local and national politics that we have to take as part of our system and use to our benefit. So I think you're right, it's tricky. I think relationships and trust at an officer level are absolutely key, and I think we have really good foundations with that. And I hope that our strategic intent is setting out one of the big power dynamics that has definitely been a conversation with the NHS, is that our doors are open, and we recognise that we have to behave differently to enable the sustainability of health and care, and I think we've demonstrated that. And so just maintaining our focus on outcomes, as Batty set out earlier, and when things feel tough, just keeping going back to what is it we're trying to achieve together, and keep talking. That is definitely learning of the past couple of years. because we all do come to things with very different lenses, and I think we have to be really respectful of those different lenses and not dismissive of them.
Thank you. And Susan?
Yeah, I took my hand down because I think Caroline's covered a lot of what I was going to say. I mean, I think the first thing to say is we're describing ourselves as an alliance because it is critically important that we respect individual organisational accountabilities. So this is a group that are coming together, looking at how we share our knowledge, how we begin to identify things that there will be added value if we work together on, how we ensure that we support our individual organisations to take forward the shared goals that we have across the partnerships, and we've demonstrated that through the work that Adam's team has led in terms of reviewing all of the strategies, identifying the commonalities to inform our plan for the future. But the learning from partnership working is we need to spend time to understand the differences, to understand the different cultures, to understand how we might manage those differences going forward, because that will give us a greater chance of success, because the ambition of change will require us all to work very differently in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, Bert, are you happy with that? Did you want to come back or ready to move on?
No, just to thank folk for their input. I recognise and I understand all that people are saying, yeah, I'm encouraged by what I hear, and I just hope that the efforts that are being made lead to the success that we would seek to achieve. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's part of us needing to be assured on that aspect, which I've kind of, my shorthand is we've got our eyes open to these elements and active around what these key building blocks are going to be. Thank you. Rona, can I bring you in?
Yeah, and it's on the same topic, really. Acknowledge the conversation about tricky partnership working and the constraints we all live with and the dynamic tensions. And I've listened to all the explanations and I agree with all of them, but they're very management jargon orientated. And actually, it would be useful if we took a step back and remembered that we're all in this field of service delivery for a very core reason in our beings. You don't come into this line of work because it's just something to do. We're at a point where we're coming out of emergency measures and we have learned a lot and we are facing a difficult future. Really, for me, the focus, and I suppose I'm saying this from the IJB perspective, that's the hat I've got on at the moment, is that we've got a golden opportunity here to actually just work for delivery of services. And if we keep a stronger focus, or the pendulum swung in the direction of the delivery of services, because we have the shared ambition that is in this plan for the future, while being cognizant of the managerial aspects and the lenses and the culture and all the rest of it. But if the focus is on doing things, I think we will push through and be more successful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's where some of the language of access for people to get services through the continuity of care for them going through their pathway or whatever. Whilst that's a bit of pathway jargon, if you like, but at least that's the service and the person-centered aspect of it. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So can I go to the final part of this, which was around next steps that have been set out in the report and explained by Adam. Are there any comments and questions on what we've heard on that? Okay.
John, Dennis here again.
Yes, please, Dennis. Yeah.
If I may, and it kind of goes back to part of the communication as well, I suppose. But in terms of our next steps, it's about how we ensure, and we've kind of set it out in terms of some of our hard to reach groups as well. But in terms of sharing that information that we have, and if people do engage, what process do we have there to feed back to actually once a group or even individuals have engaged, what is the process for actually acknowledging that in order that people don't think, well, I've said something and it's gone into a void somewhere. So we need to ensure that when people do engage, that they know they've been listened to and there's some methodology of actually feeding back to them. I'm just wondering if Adam's got an answer to that one. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, can I go to you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dennis. That's such a critical point, isn't it? So I think I would reflect on that on a couple of levels, and again, I'd maybe bring in Susan Webb's leading a really fantastic bit of work about this. So I think there's things that we do at a level that are quite formal or structural, and again, there were some great suggestions yesterday about the website and having the ability for people to feed in, and there's the bit of software people, sorry, it's just jumped out of my mind the name of the software, where people who are using the service can leave comments. So we have some mechanisms around how we feed back to people, but for me that's a little bit structural and a little bit formal. The bit that I'll ask Susan to speak about is where we're trying to develop within a community a different relationship with people, so it's not someone sort of just saying something, it's something else. And the other thing Susan speaks about a lot is how we get millions of bits of feedback every day, and how do we build that into how we operate. And I guess that's cultural. But if it was okay, John, maybe Susan could expand on those, because I think they're much richer than our traditional formal bits of engagement with people.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, and very much work in progress. I think, as Adam said, in our system and in our partnerships, we get hundreds and thousands of bits of feedback every day, and individual teams will consider those, but we haven't got a mechanism where we are able to capture those, that we're able to analyse those and then identify areas that we need to take action on. So what we are working with our academic partners, partners from the universities, as to how we can start to build a system that allows us to do that quite systematically. We've also got a strand of work, again, through Stuart's team. There are a number of agencies, a number of groups that we connect with day in, day out. And rather than us developing a system that enables us to share information but to receive feedback, we've actually spent the last few months engaging with those groups to co-produce what our way of communicating in the future will look like, and that programme is underway and we hope nearing conclusion over the summer. And then the third area of work is board members will have heard us talk about the Shaping Places for Health, and that is finding a different way of communicating with communities, with localities, and we have work underway as a bit of a pilot, so that we are working with our communities that help shape the questions and our lines of inquiry, and capture those, and we will learn from that and share that learning through the system. So hope that helps as a bit of a way of things that we're trying to do things differently moving forward whilst retaining what is already existing in the system.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Shall I go to Derek? Adam, will you have a final word at the end, or was it something on this again?
Sorry, I put my hand up to speak about something else, John, which I'm happy to do at the end, and it was to really bring Lorraine in about the 3-year integrated delivery plan, because I'd kind of set up a little bit that I thought there'd be some more questions, and I'm sure board members would find that helpful for Lorraine just to say a few bits. But just on that bit, the other staff bit, Tom's developing something to use called Trickle, and maybe a few sentences from Tom that might really help just to triangulate that sense of how we get feedback across the whole patch, and then happy to come in later, John, or not if we've run out of time, either way.
Yeah, well, what we'll do is if Tom can come in just now on that point, then we'll take Derek's question, and then if you could wind it up with or conclude it with what you're suggesting there on the plan. Tom, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, sure. Just very quickly, I suppose Trickle is an app that we have decided to undertake a test of change with during the current financial year. It's really an ideas platform and an opportunity for colleagues across the system to highlight things that they think could warrant attention, that they have questions about, or like to see focused on. But it also allows the community of users to indicate what the actual degree of priority or order of magnitude is of those different things, because there'll be lots of things that matter to lots of people, won't there? But how do you then actually prioritize those and focus on the right things and the things that matter to most? So that's just something we're in the process of getting set up at the moment, but it'll be useful to see if it acts as both a vehicle for teams who've maybe done their own work using the culture survey data or their IMATA results, but have identified things they can't resolve for themselves, to be able to highlight those for sort of broader consideration, and also for individuals as well who may identify issues that they feel they need support with, but they can't get resolved within their own immediate area. So we're hoping that will give us some useful and strands of information to work with, but also an opportunity to close a feedback loop with colleagues, not to be asking questions, but rather see what ideas and suggestions colleagues have as well for improvement.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for prompting that, Dennis. And that all feeds in with what Caroline's saying, is that unless we get this bit right, it isn't going to get the traction that we need. So it's good to hear of the steps being taken from Susan and yourself. Okay, Derek, we'll take your final question on this, and then we'll go to Adam. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, John. Adam just mentioned delivery plan, and I thought I was maybe being a bit literal in next steps being the delivery plan, but I'm really looking forward to seeing that delivery plan, I think in August. So really looking forward to that. And the question I had about it is sustainability strategy that we're developing. Presumably we'll see more about the sustainability strategy through the delivery plan, rather than necessarily through this particular plan. We've got workforce finance, digital and infrastructure plans mentioned in the report, and sustainability strategy must feature through all of those. So I'm expecting and hoping really that the delivery plan will take big cognizance of what we're saying we're going to do and try to achieve through the sustainability strategy.
Thank you, Derek. So if I pass to Adam to take that point and then to conclude. Thanks.
John, thanks, and I'll ask Lorraine to conclude and really talk about the delivery plan. So in terms of the sustainability plan, that is our under places our environment bit. So again, we originally were thinking about it as an enabler, but it's become one of the 9 priorities because it's absolutely up the middle of it. I think Sandra said it really well in the video. So that I hope as you work around the website and the different pages, you should be seeing the environment threaded through lots of bits. And if it isn't quite there yet, again, it'd be great to catch up with you offline and see how we can make that stronger. If that hasn't quite come across as well. But in the delivery plan, there is more to come on that. What we were trying to do was make sure that the green agenda sustainability didn't sit as a silo. It needs to be, I think, which is what you were saying, it needs to be through everything. So that was the bit where the original bit of writing just felt a little bit siloed. So again, the team with Robert and everyone have been working hard to make it part of the whole approach and the strategy. So we'll keep working on that. And again, as we've said, because we're on the website, because we're electronic and dynamic, we can keep improving that if it's not quite hit the spot yet. But John, if it's okay, if Lorraine could just do a few sentences on the delivery plan, I think that would be a really helpful place to finish.
Please, Lorraine.
Thanks, Adam, and thanks, Chair. Yes, so as you're aware from the board seminar, we've got a clear process around how we develop the
the delivery plan, building on the co-creation approach that we've taken as part of the plan for the future. And obviously that fits in a number of the strands that members have been talking about in terms of with staff, with public and with partners. And we're aiming to have a draft delivery plan for wider engagement later this month, by the end of this month, and obviously there'll be a number of opportunities for board members to inform and shape that before you see that in the closed board session in August. That will obviously take cognizance around, as others have said, really framing that around the 9 priorities set out within the plan for the future, really being the golden thread. That will also take into consideration the Scottish Government priorities as part of our contract with the Government that requires to be submitted in the summer as well. So really, I'm happy to take other questions on that, but that's a process that we've got. It will be a rolling plan, as Adam has set out. There'll be focus on the detail, very much phased, looking at year 1, but in the context of the 3 years around where we're going against the plan for the future, so that we can really see that that direction that we're taking and the progress that we expect to make over that 3-year period, and really going back to it being realistic and achievable, and absolutely directed and shaped by our colleagues, the public and the partners going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. What I want to do is bring us to the end of this item. I'm just seeing Councillor Bell has asked a question, but I'll have a look at that in the break and we'll work out where we can bring that in, Councillor Bell. Because I'm conscious that we can take a break just shortly. So can I thank you, and can we note what Lorraine has provided there? There'll be an opportunity through seminars and then into the board in August. Can I take us to the recommendations? And that's on pages 36 and 37 of the pack. We've got 11 there. And don't intend to go through them all in terms of reading them out. We've touched on aspects of each of these as we've gone through this, the presentation and the discussion. So I'd like to do it by exception, if you like, if there are any of those that anybody wants to query before we go to move all of those recommendations. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody signal there. So can I have endorsement of all the recommendations that we're happy as a board? Sure, if we wish to.
Yes.
Agreed.
Happy to endorse.
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
Agreed.
What I'd like to do now is go to the break. It's 11:38, so I think we do need our 10 minutes. So can we come back at 11:48? Thank you very much. Oh, before we leave, a big thank you to the team. Sorry, I really should do that. A big thank you to the team for what you've done here, and appreciate the wider executive team as well. But it's I've heard various descriptions of it, and I'll not keep them too colloquial, but it is a very impressive piece of work that you've done to the challenge that you were given. And so I would just like to have that recorded. I think I would speak on behalf of the whole board on that basis. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Hi Ian, I see you've rejoined us. We're just taking a short comfort break. Yeah. It'll be finished in about a minute.
All morning. Just have my camera off. I've been listening and learning and realising I've got a lot more listening and learning to do.
Fine. Well, it's a good one to come in on the plan, and yeah.
The plan is very impressive, and obviously a vast amount of work has gone into it. But I'll just keep listening and learning.
Excellent. Yeah, that's brilliant. Thanks.
And say less than I usually do in meetings. Maybe something at all.
Meantime. Yeah, thank you.
I know how little I know.
It's been a really interesting morning. The plan is excellent. It's very exciting.
That's good to get. We've been well, Adam and team have been totally immersed in it. We've had quite a bit of immersion, so it's good to get some external feedback. Okay, I think if we can start up again. What I want to do is just pick up Anne Bell's question, and I know, Simon, would you be able to respond to that? How we see GPs who operate at community level playing a comprehensive role in the future plan and getting across message of change.
Yeah, thanks, John. Absolutely. I think GPs and primary care in general is absolutely critical to us delivering our plan for the future. I think we've got really good working relationships here in the Northeast with our primary care colleagues. Our primary care colleagues want to be part of developing that future, and I think what we've learned through the last 2 years of COVID and how we've done the mutual support, and people have worked, right across the system in a very different way. We've seen, the advancements through kind of better use of technology, the way that our primary care colleagues have worked with the whole primary care improvement programme, the new GP contract, and so on. We have a lead GP sitting on our IJBs. We have a structure that supports general practice day to day with our lead GP clinicians in each partnership, and we have a clinical director for primary care as well. So I think looking at the daily communication that goes out across the system that's generated from within the GP fraternity, that rapid sharing of information, the rapid reaction to new situations, I think our primary care colleagues are in a good place in order to help us deliver that strategy, and they clearly want to be part of it and see themselves as part of that overall health and care system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Anne. Right, can I take us to item 6, and we have the board assurance framework, and Sarah Duncan, our board secretary, is the lead on this. Can I hand over to you, Sarah?
Thank you, John. Rona had her hand up though. I think she's down again.
Sorry, I'm in the chat. I need to go across to participants. Rona, do you want to come in?
Yeah, it was more to say to Councillor Bell, and I'm sorry for taking up board time for this. The IJB of Aberdeenshire yesterday had a very good presentation on GPs, and I'll endeavour to get the paperwork that came out about that to you, Councillor Bell. That might give you some more background.
Thank you very much, and please, it's Anne.
Okay, right you are, Anne.
That's great. Thanks, Rona. And I'm sure this crossover between partners' work is going to increase over the coming future. Yeah. So if we go to item 6, Sarah.
Thank you. I don't propose to say very much, actually. There's been extensive consultation on the revisions to the terms of reference, both with the board and the executive leads for each committee. The fundamental change is that the committees are no longer going to give assurance to the board. The committees are going to have delegated authority to get assurance on behalf of the board for the subjects within their terms of reference. This paper today and the recommendations are the start of a process, actually not the end. There'll be significant work needed over the summer to align committee work plans with the delivery plan and the 3 Ps and the 9 objectives. I think we need to reset the committee's work to anchor it all back to the strategic objectives of the organisation. There's also work going to come forward to the August board meeting on strategic risk register, and the committees will also have an important role getting assurance that risk is being managed, but there'll be more details coming forward for that in August too. So and I think, John, as interim chair, you're going to you're going to consider over the summer the membership and the chairs of committees as well. So we'll have a fuller picture in August.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So any comments or questions on this? Derek.
Thanks, John. The first one is pretty much a pedant comment, if you like. On the map on page, or the diagram on page 63, we've got the Grampian NHS board and we've got the IJBs, and there's no direct link between the two. And given that the NHS delegates powers to the IJB, who then direct the NHS, I would have thought there should have been a direct line between the two. So that's a pedant point. I don't know if that's right or not, but I just ask that question. The real point is the roles and remits between the audit and the performance committees. I suspect I know the answer to this, but it could be thought that there might have been a bit of an overlap between audits, stewardship of funds, and financial statements prepared, yet the performance committee has got effective management of board's financial position and financial monitoring and reports. So if we're satisfied that we understand what's meant in the audit report and we understand what's meant in the performance committee, I'm happy with that. But it's just that the way you read it, it could be read as perhaps a wee bit of a conflict.
Yeah. Okay. So on the first point, on my diagram, there is a line between the IJBs and the board. It jiggles around at the bottom though. It's not a straight line between the two. I think that's just a design thing in the diagram, but we can make that clearer, Derek, on page 63.
Can I just on that one? I think it does need to be at best a dotted line though, because it's not a directive, and people are appointed to serve on what's an independent board. So I think we do need to make sure it remains a dotted line.
And on it's a good point about the interplay between the audit's role so audit's primary role is on the annual report and accounts, and the intention with the new performance, infrastructure and finance committee is that it gets regular reports on the achievement of the medium-term financial strategy, which is one of the key building blocks that Adam talked about in the strategic plan. So again, over the summer, we'll have a look at that and make sure that that's absolutely clear, the division of responsibilities between the two committees for monitoring of the financial strategy and actually responsibility for the annual report and accounts.
Okay, Luann, are you coming in as chair of performance governance to comment on this, or is it something separate?
Separate. I'm not chair of performance.
Oh, sorry. I meant Rona. Sorry, I've got my mouse in the wrong place here. Rona.
Yes, I am, and as the previous chair of audit, I'm quite content that there are distinct remits and responsibilities, and the wording I think is clear enough. But then that's probably because I've been involved in both committees. I think it will become clearer as this very good piece of work starts to make us focus on the committees looking at the strategic achievement, and it's the strategic achievement of the financial spend that will concern performance and governance, and it's the financial regularity that will concern the audit committee. So there is a very distinct difference between the two sets of asks, and bring my current and previous experience to say that I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Rona. And Alan, our interim director of finance, did you want to come in on this point as well?
I did, but Rona's really just taken the words out of my mouth in that the focus of audit should be around our internal financial control and governance, and the focus of the performance committee should be about how we are measuring ourselves against the medium-term financial strategy. So that it's a different emphasis between the two.
Okay, thank you, Alan. But it's a fair point, Derek, for you to be assured on in terms of that. Luann.
Thanks. And my point kind of links, I suppose. I'm noting on page 59, there's reference to having regular meetings of the chairs of committees. And I think that's a really good thing and will be important as we have a new committee that's going to be in place. And also all the committees will be looking at golden threads. So how we look at sustainability and inequalities through the different committee lenses. But just reflecting on this morning and, you know, just the big job ahead of us, I wonder if we should be thinking that some of these meetings also should include our executive leads from the committees, just to make sure that we've got the right people in the room for the discussions, and whether we need a specific session of that group of people to consider the plan for the future, and make sure that we're not missing anything and there's full coverage of it across our assurance committees.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, did you want to comment on that?
No, I think that's a really good idea. I think we need to discuss the best way to approach it, whether it's each committee chair to look at the delivery plan and the plan for future and say that's within our remit and then bring everyone together, or whether we bring everyone together first. But we can have a discussion about the most effective way to do that to make sure that the whole remit is covered. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Derek?
Thanks, John. Two things spring to mind, and I think probably still underway. One is the escalation thing. I think there's talk about developing up a scheme for escalation back up to the board from any particular committee. I think that's going to be really important, that we understand what that scheme of escalation is. And the other one is, whilst we've got here a set of roles and remits for the committee, we don't have in the paper a set of roles and remits for the board itself. And I think that might be just as interesting to see.
So there are board standing orders which are largely set by the Scottish Government. And one of the things that I think the board should consider and that we'll discuss in the July seminar, which is going to focus on governance, is whether there's particular matters in the strategic plan that the board wants to reserve to itself to get assurance on, rather than going to committees. So absolutely no decisions have been made on this. There's not really been much conversation about it, but we might want to consider whether the board wants to reserve to itself the anchor part of the plan coming directly to the board, or whether it wants the sustainability strategy. So I think that's a discussion that we need to have about being an agile board. What's appropriate for the committees to get assurance on that then just gets reported by exception to the board, and what does the board want to see the totality of? The escalation policy, yes, we do definitely need that. And again, there's a discussion that we need to have at the July seminar about whether that's escalation only in a negative sense, that a committee is not assured about something, or if a committee wants to escalate something because it's really, really pleased about that, they think it's an excellent thing. Because otherwise there's a danger that the board just sees all the bad stuff and we then don't give a fair perception of the organisation out to the public in the public board meetings. So again, that's why I said this is the start of a process. I think we needed to refresh the terms of reference to give us that starting point, but it's not the finished product at the moment, and we need to have further discussion on these points.
Thank you, Sarah. Nick?
I think Caroline was just before me, but I'm happy to...
Oh, sorry. Caroline, do you want to come in?
Thanks, Nick. So it was just an observation and to share how welcome this work is from executive and officer perspective. One of the key things this is going to enable in particular is the quality of the papers to support the quality of the discussion, and that will come from the forward plan. So one of the things that I am really, really keen that we as executives support is the forward planning of the committees and the forward plan for the board, to allow us as executives to come with the best prepared and I suppose best quality of papers that are going to allow the level of debate and discussion that we have, I think, had an aspiration for as a board for some time. So I think now that the strategy is endorsed, which I am just delighted about, that's going to really help us to, one, keep our conversations and discussions and decisions focused on the delivery of the strategy, and I would frame that both in the board context and committee context, because I think without that, and without that quality of forward plan, we put ourselves at risk of dipping down into operational business all the time, and therefore I think the forward planning is going to help us deliver the leadership around the strategy in a different way. So Sarah, really welcome it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Nick.
Yeah, thanks very much again. Also really welcome the work, and I guess I was just going to highlight the sort of connection with our work we're doing around risk, which the board will be very aware of, and the requirement that we're going to have for nuancing that in light of some of the conversations that are going on in terms of what's the scope of committees, how we're going to deal with escalation, what's the overlap, because we need the risk bit to match the roles and responsibilities of the committees rather than design it as a separate thing and not to have the two things matched up. So you know, both pieces I think will need to be dynamic as we go forward, but really welcome it, and I think it will be really helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. That's helpful to know, get that feedback. Joyce?
Thank you, John. Yeah, I think it's a great piece of work that's really taken us forward in much more alignment and standardisation. And I wanted to follow on from what Luann was saying about having the chairs and the lead execs, but I would also want the lead admin staff there, because they have a huge depth of knowledge of why certain things are there from the past that some of our execs who are newer in the roles may not understand, and they do a lot of the real work behind the committees. So I think it would be important to get their views and their input at that point when we're redesigning the current content and the new content linked to the future of the plan. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Yeah, and I can see we need to take stock of that so that we've got kind of form follows function and we don't end up with a massive meeting, but we may need that periodically and other meetings, but we need to think it through. It was a good prompt for that. So are we happy to go to the recommendations, which are on pages 61 and 62? We've got 8 there. Again, I don't want to read them all out. They're self-explanatory, and people have seen elements of these in terms of the changed terms of reference. Is there any recommendation on there that anybody's wanting to query? Okay, so can I ask if the board is agreeable to approving all of these recommendations as set out in the report?
Agree.
Agree. Thank you very much. And thanks for the work on that, Sarah. We know it's just begun. There'll be more coming. Thank you. So can I take us to item 7, which is the performance report, pages 106 to 148 in the pack. Caroline, are you leading on this? Yeah, if I can hand across to you.
Thanks, John. So similarly, I'm not going to take too much time with the performance report. However, I do recognise for colleagues who are new to the board that the data set can feel quite overwhelming. So actually my opening remarks are around the fact that this, I hope, will be the last time that you see the data presented in the way that it's presented. And from August onwards, now that the strategy has been endorsed, we're going to build a new board level performance data set and co-produce that as we bring it to the board, receive your feedback and develop it over the first year's delivery of the new strategy. And so, as I say, understand that the data set can be quite difficult to navigate. And so for colleagues that are new and would like a separate conversation around it, then happy to support that, John, if that's useful. So just to orientate colleagues to the recommendation, The board is asked to review and scrutinise the data set and the report, and note that the demand across the system continues to challenge the ability to consistently meet the 3 Operation Iris objectives that we agreed to at previous board meetings to be the focus of our assurance. And so the board is asked to be assured that we are doing everything we can to meet the 3 objectives set out in Operation Iris, and I will just restate those, which were Objective A, keeping staff safe and helping to maximise wellbeing, Objective B, responding to demand on the health and care system, and Objective C, protecting critical services and reducing harm. Of interest within Operation Iris, there were another 2 objectives. One was to deliver the strategy, and the other one was to reshape the way in which we engage with communities. So whilst these 3 objectives are the ones that we're focused on, I'm really pleased that actually the other 2 objectives within Operation Iris I would consider us to have met and indeed exceeded the strategy one. So from the executive summary, the progress against the 3 objectives is set out and supported. In the board meeting in April, we reported the impact of increased community transmission of COVID, relating in particular to staff absence and hospital admissions, and that had been really significant and continued to disrupt services. I'm pleased to say that this situation has improved, and Scotland Wild data shows an 8th consecutive week of a fall in the number of people testing positive for COVID. In Grampian, COVID admissions and occupancy have decreased, and ICU COVID occupancy remains low and stable. Ward closures due to COVID also remain really low. And I'm pleased that the data set you're viewing is as up to date as we possibly can, and it's the 25th of May. However, as we've discussed in numerous times already in today's board meeting, despite that, and I think the word that John used at the beginning in his opening remarks, our system is clearly toiling in its ability to deliver services in the way that we would all wish them to be delivered. And that particularly relates to access. So if I just briefly speak about the impact of that in regards to keeping staff safe and helping them to maximise their wellbeing, which is Objective A. And obviously you will triangulate and make the connections between the staff governance report that is later on in the agenda. But the impact on colleagues across Grampian has been significant, with the COVID response now having been in place for over 2 years. The We Care programme, which you know about, continues to provide a wide range of support. However, this is likely to have more of an impact in the medium and long term than it does immediately, and we fully recognise that. However, a real positive, despite the challenges, are the results of the Culture Matters survey and the first phase of that, and the commitment to do that for the wider organisation before the end of this year. And really important data that we have from that we will be bringing back to the board to discuss and share at a later date. And that absolutely underpins our focus on putting our colleagues at the centre of what we're doing. Objective B, responding to the demand in the health and care system. I've spoken about access. One of the key things in that is about flow across the entirety of our primary, secondary and social care services. Hospital occupancy remains at a really high level across NHS Grampian, with some areas being consistently around 100% occupancy, or indeed during the day, because that's a midnight occupancy time, exceeding 100% occupancy. Grampian care home data sets that we have now and we review and look at every day also demonstrates that our care home occupancy remains high but is relatively stable. We've mentioned primary care, and that remains under the same level of pressure as it has done previously. The Grampian Operation Escalation System, so that's something new that we put in place during COVID. We've called it GOPES before, and we use that to assess the pressure across the whole system. So a great tool to understand how all of our system is experiencing pressure. And up until the 24th of May, that was sitting at level 3. So there's levels 0 to 4, and that was consistently sitting at around about level 3 and dipping into level 4, which is extreme pressure. However, I'm pleased to say that in the past couple of weeks, that seems to have dropped and fluctuating between level 2 and level 3, which is positive. But as I say, the system remains in a really challenged position. And specifically, Royal Cornhill has been at level 4 recently, and our mental health pathways across the whole system remain under pressure. And finally, the objective 3 around protecting critical services, we absolutely are focused on doing the best we can around that. Since the last board meeting, the continued pressure in unscheduled care, and particularly in our emergency departments in ARI, RACH and Dr. Gray's, and our acute receiving units remain under pressure, and there is significant variation within our performance. We would use a proxy measure of a 4-hour access target for that, and you can see in the data set the variation in that. The outpatient list has fallen slightly, which is positive. However, the number is now just below 40,000, which remains a significant issue for the population of Grampian. And the inpatient list has increased for the 8th consecutive week, which of course is a significant concern for all of us. 31 and 62-day cancer standards were not met in Q1, and I'm sure you will have some questions that Paul can speak to around that. And CAMHS, so child and adolescent mental health, consistently remain above the national performance targets, and we are doing well, and that is despite the increasing demand being made on those services. So John, I wasn't going to say any more around performance other than to ask colleagues on the board to seek assurance, and the appropriate execs and portfolio leads are happy to take any questions on the data that's been presented.
Thank you, Caroline. And if I can just reiterate for our new members, having 10 minutes on such a big wodge of information might look a bit strange. What we're doing is starting to, as Caroline's saying, develop a different report for the board, and then performance governance. And I know clinical governance has been looking at the way in which it does its role around safety and quality, and then the workforce around staff governance. So there is scrutiny taking place at that committee level. If there are some questions around this, if people can signal just now, and then we'll go to the question and the recommendation about assurance. Dennis.
Thank you, John. Again, thank you, Caroline, for this. It's an excellent piece of work. Can I go to the CAMHS? Obviously, performance is very good in terms of above national standards, but I'm just wondering, within that, do we have an indicator to tell us where we are within the transition from adolescent mental health into adult services, where obviously the pressure is, significant, if not severe? And I'm just wondering how we're managing that transition process and where that sits. Thank you.
Dennis, really good question. And I think what I might have to do is come back specifically on the answer with numbers. However, June or Nick might want to come in from clinical governance. My overarching understanding is absolutely as you've said. So CAMHS is doing really well, and I've also set out in the report that our adult mental health services are under significant pressure. Those periods of transition from childhood into adult across a number of our pathways are challenged. And something that I know the teams consider really closely. But I'm grateful to see that June's popped her hand up, so I'm hoping she's able to come up with some more detail, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you. June?
Thank you. So Dennis, my understanding in relation to CAMHS would be that the individual would complete their treatment within the CAMHS service, even if, although they're an age period, they would move on. So they they would complete their treatment at that point in time within CAMHS before they move into adult services, although I absolutely understand there is an enormous difference between both services. But just to give you that assurance, I'm happy to pick that up with you offline.
Thank you, June. Okay, Dennis. Joyce?
Thanks, John. On looking at this, we can see that the pressures on everyone are still extremely high, despite COVID dropping significantly. And if we're attempting to do more scheduled care and deal with the backlog, obviously that will keep things quite high. And given that we've got an exciting new plan that we're all terribly thrilled about and want to implement, I'm wondering if we should have a sort of a revival or a revive month where we say to people, this is the end of the emergency, the Operation Iris, and we will have this month to take a bit of stock before we actually say, let's go with the plan from a certain date, because otherwise everyone is simply just going to be under the same amount of pressure and have no space, no headspace and no time to improve, to feel a bit better and to deal with the future. So so it's one of those wild ideas I've just had that I thought I'd raise at the moment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. Nick, did you want to comment on that?
I wasn't going to. I think it's a really good point, and how you do that revive bit. I was actually going to just comment slightly on something Dennis had said, and it was to really build on June's point, is that transitions, not only in mental health, but across many chronic diseases, are absolutely really challenging because people move from one type of service to another. And we see that whether that's in terms of chronic illnesses such as arthritis or chronic conditions such as renal disease, you know, those are really, really important transitions. And I think there's now quite a lot of good work about how you make that transition, which starts sort of in your late teens and ends in your late 20s sort of thing, because it's a big window. So just recognizing that's more than just mental health. And sorry not to be able to give Joyce a definitive answer. It's one of those things that we've got a real desire to do, and how we do it to give people that revive moment is incredibly difficult.
Yes, thank you. And I think for today, it's a good question that we can ponder. I don't think we can expect anybody to bottom that out today, because there's almost two sides of it. That revival, depending on how you define it, is going to take some time. So it's a question of how you can travel the two paths together, perhaps. So maybe it's something we need to ask the executives to go and reflect on. But Caroline, did you have your hand up, or you just want to note it on that basis?
Yeah, so absolutely, as executives, we will continue to try and work out. It has been at the forefront of our minds. So Joyce, the cessation of Operation Iris is proposed, or is the 6th of June, and then the launch date for the strategy at the end of the month. And I think what has become really apparent to us is exactly as you've pointed out, the need for colleagues to get some headspace and to think about what next, to actually allow them to contribute in the way that we described earlier. And the challenge that we have is the pressure just isn't stopping. So the level of pressure in the system is not enabling us to do that. And actually different people need different things. So the things that will give our surgeons most hope and motivation is to be back in theatre and doing the work that they came into the job to do. But that's the same nursing team that's been working across different things. So there's many complexities to it, and we are doing our best to understand how can we do that kind of on a team by team basis. But just to be really honest, we absolutely can't stop delivering services. We see the level of pressure and the level of demand that our population needs, and we need to keep meeting that need, and that makes it really challenging to do. But the continued focus on how we do that is there.
Okay, thank you. And as we get into the delivery side of this, it'd be interesting to hear further thoughts on that. So can I just take one more question on this and then take us to the recommendations? Luann.
Thanks, John. And just to say, I've got lots of questions, but I'll hold them for the Performance Governance Committee, which I'm a member of. So I'll look at the detail there. My thought for today was just, is there a sense from Scottish Government that COVID infection guidelines will change, and what is that going to give us a bit of help in hospital settings around bed space and red, amber, green pathways, those type of things, which might help alleviate some of the pressures? Do we have any sense of that changing? Thank you.
Who would like to come in on that? June, please.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Luann. Luann, we've had a change in guidance for about over a month now that we've been implementing. So the bed spacing, COVID bed spacing guidance has changed, and we've gone back to what would be in the NIPSL, which is our National Infection Control Bible, if you like, our guidance book. So that's already in place, and we've made those adjustments, etc., to be able to support that. So distancing we're encouraging. However, it's not set out now in the guidance, but we're asking people to be as safe as possible within our environments, and we continue to ensure that people are wearing FRSMs, etc. So some of the guidance is still there, and we're supporting it, but the bed spacing particularly has been lifted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, June. So going to the recommendation, as outlined by Caroline earlier, are we happy to approve that recommendation?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. So what would be the preferences of the board? We've gone slightly over when we were going to have a break for lunch. We could do this next report and then take a break. Shall we do that? Take this item and then we'll take a break, because it's not too long after we had the earlier comfort break. So if I can take us to item 8, and I think Simon, you're going to speak first on this. So this is Lee and Coyle Community Asset Transfer. Simon.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Adam for stepping aside and letting me very kindly say some introductory comments. So the Moray partnership, the Moray portfolio, has been well involved with the developing plans from the Lee and Coyle Trust. Our locality manager, who covers that part of Moray, has been in on this, I think, from the get-go. When I came to Moray in 2020, very early on, I had conversations with the chairman of the Lee and Coyle Trust, and I've continued to meet with them on a fairly regular basis. I went on a visit a few weeks ago to the Lee and Coyle Hospital site and met with just about all of the trustees, and we did a site visit, a walk around the outside and inside of the hospital, and looked at the plans that the trust have for the site. I must have come out of a plan for the future session from speaking to Adam at that point, because I asked my questions and shaped the conversation with the trustees around people, places and pathways, and I was really assured by the level of thought that had gone into the work the trust has done to date. So the trust are thinking about who the site would appeal to in terms of people who live in the area surrounding the hospital, people who live further into the town, people who live outside of Forres as well. How might they get the benefit of the site? So that place had really been thought through in terms of how this proposal to redevelop the hospital into kind of a new set of facilities would really intertwine with the wider community and not just Forres and not just a part of Forres either. In terms of the pathways, so we were thinking about in our conversation about how people might get to the site, what the flow would look like, and what the trust would need to do and who they'd need to work with in order to make that happen. The trust have a paid development officer now as well, who's providing a lot of input. The set of skills that the trustees have, retired architects, business people, etc., is really quite astounding. And I think that there is a tremendous backing and interest from the local community. And I think that the fundraising that the Trust will need to do has already started to gather a lot of interest, and I think will be well supported by the community. So from my perspective, being the portfolio lead for Moray, I view the development as a real positive opportunity for the wider community. And I think that the Trust have a really good business case, and they've got a really good case for the asset transfer. And I think from an NHS Grampian board perspective, we need to be assured and have as much confidence as possible that these plans will really take off and come to fruition in any decision to hand over the site. And certainly from my perspective and my kind of 2-year involvement in talking to the chair and the trustees, I think I've got a high level of assurance that they're really going to be able to pull this off. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Simon, that's really helpful for us in seeking assurance to hear that from yourself. Can I just ask Sarah to come in and just as a point of detail, just to comment on in the paper, and then I'll go to Adam and Jerry to see if there's further input before we start to discuss it. Sarah.
Thank you, John. Yes, on page 149 of the pack, paragraph 2.1 of this particular report, the report was originally drafted for the board seminar that was held on this issue back in May. It's not appropriate to refer in a board paper to information that was given to you in the board seminar. So I'd like, with your permission, to submit a slightly revised version of this paper as part of the formal record. So we would delete in the first paragraph on page 149 on 2.1, we delete the purpose of this paper is to ensure that the board, in advance of its formal board meeting, are clear on its responsibilities. We delete the rest of that paragraph because we covered all that in the board seminar. So it's just a kind of technical point to make sure that the board paper on the formal record is worded appropriately.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, and thank you to one of our non-exec colleagues who had flagged that up. So are we happy to have that adjustment to the formal record?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so Adam and Jerry, are you wanting to give some further input at this stage?
Thanks, John. I'm sure Jerry would just really like to round some of it off, and all the work that his team's done to support Simon and what Simon said. I'm sure that would be a really helpful input for the board.
Okay, thank you. Jerry, can you come in, please?
Thank you, John. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, my involvement in this one predates Simon by some 5 years in terms of ongoing discussion with the community, Forest Community Council. So perhaps I'd just like to set some context for this and what we're required to do here. So on the 16th of December 21, NHS Grampian Board received its first community asset transfer request. The board will be required to provide a decision to agree or not to transfer the ownership of the land and buildings to the former Lean Coyle Hospital under a CAT to Lean Coyle Trust, and I'll refer to Lean Coyle Trust as LT. And that's in order to fully comply with the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. The former Lean Coyle Hospital opened in April 1892, the construction of which was largely funded by philanthropist Donald Alexander Smith, the first Baron of Strathcona and Mount Royal. Much of the other funding came from local subscriptions. There's therefore a real feeling of connectedness by the local population, but there is no legal ownership debate, despite that being contested by many of the local community as the hospital transferred to NHS ownership under the National Health Service Act of 1947. In 1948. The CAT is required to conform with the Community Empowerment Act, and the CAT the Act requires relevant authorities, of which NHS Grampian is one, to assess requests transparently against a specified list of criteria and to agree to the request unless there are any reasonable grounds for refusal. The board's decision is final unless there is a need for an appeal, in which case it is referred to the Scottish Ministers. The board has 6 months to formally respond to the CAT, so we're pretty much coming up in the middle of this month that we need to formally respond to LT, Lee and Coyle Trust. The former Lee and Coyle Hospital grounds extends to 3.864 hectares and includes a largely listed Grade B hospital with significant backlog maintenance issues, a gate lodge, wooded policies and car parking, and LT wish to acquire the whole of that site. Significant legal representations have been made by members of the Forest and District public regarding the ownership of Lee and Coyle and a desire for it to remain within public ownership. In accordance with the NHS Scotland Property Transaction Handbook, the DV has valued the site at 340k. LT wish to take ownership of all of the Lee and Coyle policies from NHS Grampian and turn it into a wellbeing centre, with Erskine being the anchor tenant and the main party that will pay a rent to LT. Effectively, LT will sell the remaining land to Robertson Construction, who in turn will sell the completed housing to Hanover Housing, or whoever Murray Council determines is the appropriate RSL to do that. And that will be to provide low-cost, affordable, rented purchase property for ex-military veterans and others. The sale proceeds, along with grant monies, providing the investment required to LT to upgrade the former hospital building and turn it into the wellbeing centre. As part of NHS Grampian's approval process, a small short life working group was set up to assess the submission by LT. It's worth stating that LT have assembled a strong trustee team, as Simon has mentioned, of influential skilled members of the community. LT have engaged well with the Forest and District communities on their plans and desire to retain the site for community use by developing a strong link to the Armed Forces veterans supported by Erskine. In terms of viability, there are a number of LT's key partners showing intent to commit to the plans, whilst there are a number of grant funding applications which are currently in the process of being applied for or will be applied for pending formal approval of the CAT. Many of these commitments and applications cannot be determined until such time as we determine the community asset transfer request from LT. This is an ambitious but positive project. LT have a degree of risk in delivering the revenue that will be generated to make the community asset transfer sustainable, but have shown an appetite and desire and are supported by the community, and now something in excess of 70 members of the Lee and Coyle Trust. After the review of the subgroup, it is considered that they're taking into account the local, strong local support for a community use of the former hospital, the overall community benefits derived from a health and wellbeing centre, the support for ex-military personnel, the DV supported sale at 340k, that the board should progress with the community asset transfer. I think it's important here that we're very lucky that this community asset transfer request is actually providing some added benefits for health and well-being of the population of the forest area. However, that's not what we're determining in coming to a conclusion on the community asset transfer. It's purely about the site and the ability of the Lee and Coyle Trust to deliver their ambitions. Please note that NHS Grampian will not be providing of any of the services contained within the proposal. That said, the vision and model of operation as outlined by Lee and Coyle Trust will significantly add to the range of services available for forests and the broader Murray patient population. As well as the focused work with the veterans, the LT Lee and Coyle Trust as a third sector provider aim to introduce additional prevention and self-care services, support rehabilitation and home first initiatives. It's also worth mentioning that the Scottish Ambulance Service are on that site at the moment and continue to do so. And Leoncoil Trust have agreement with the Scottish Ambulance Service that they can remain there. As with any CATs, there remains a risk that the capital funding required may not fully materialise, but we're satisfied that Leoncoil Trust have a contingency plan to scale back their investment proposals to deal with that should that be necessary. LT are well structured, have extensive multidisciplinary professional experience, well informed, well regarded locally, and deserve a chance, in our view, to deliver something quite innovative for the local community they serve. LT, as a consequence of their ambitions here, will also have an opportunity to sit on the Health and Social Care Forest Locality Oversight Group and be a key partner in overseeing the development and monitoring of the Forest Locality Plan. So, in summary, I am of the view that in approving the CAT to LT, that the board has taken community ownership of Leoncoil in keeping with the Community Empowerment Act. The community will benefit from economic development and jobs. The community benefits from a complementary health and wellbeing centre. Ex-veterans will have a local resource to support them. And it's probably worth noting that Forest has a higher percentage than anywhere else in Scotland of ex-service personnel. Erskine, we're satisfied, are committed to this proposal. And indeed, they want early access to the site if that is possible, and we're working that through subject to the community asset transfer determination today. NHS Grampian can evidence it has listened and worked with the community. NHS benefits from a 340k receipt, and in addition to that, we remove something in the region of £4 million of backlog from our estate. I'll pause at that stage, John, and hand it back to yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. And on this item, the board has received, at an informal basis, information on this. So there are two aspects. One about the use of this asset, and Simon has spoken on that, and Jerry as well. And then there's the formal process that we need to have due diligence on, so that we can meet that process on a statutory basis and a local basis. So we need to be assured on both of those aspects. So thank you for the input. Can I open that up for any comment and questions? Dennis?
Thank you, John. I think earlier today, we keep talking about, there's a degree of excitement around. I think this is an incredibly exciting proposal here. I'm certainly very familiar with the Erskine model. And if that in any way is replicated here within Leoncoil, I think it's certainly going towards a very successful outcome. It's maybe to Simon or Jerry, it's to whether or not our primary care partners are showing support for this project as well, because as Jerry mentioned, part of where we go here in terms of the health and well-being aspect to our population, and certainly the veteran population, it will be very evident. And I'm just wondering if we have had an endorsement or support from our primary care partners, such as our GPs and AHPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry or Simon, want to come in on that?
Simon may prefer to come in that point, John.
Simon?
Yeah, I guess because our locality manager has been in all around this and has made the links with the new Forest Health Centre, I think everybody's fully informed and on board on this. I wouldn't want to say here a specific, that the practice are absolutely in support, because I don't think they've been asked that specific question. But I think the reality, in reality, there is no objection, and there's not a nobody's seeing a kind of detriment, in fact, seeing an advantage for the community. But, the forest community, including our primary care clinicians, have got a really good heads up on this, because there's been so much talk and publicity, and our locality manager has been in and around this, heavily over the last few years.
There's certainly been a lot of engagement with the GPs, and perhaps beyond that with the community. there's been strong engagement, and like Simon says, I don't think we can necessarily endorse the view of others, but there has been no adverse response came back in terms of the ambitions of this project. As part of the community asset transfer request, we're also required to advertise this on our website. We received a number of responses to that from the public in the Moray area, all of which are extremely positive.
Okay, thank you for that clarification on that point. Thank you. Caroline, did you want to come in on this?
Yeah, John, I think Joyce is before me.
Okay, it's a different point. That's fine. I'll take Joyce first then.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the team on the handling of this. I'm sure Jerry is delighted to see such a really good bid for our first part of the Community Empowerment Act and transfer request. I remember discussing this with Jerry back in 2015, so it's been a long time for something to come through. And I think that we've dealt with it, or the team has dealt with it with great integrity, because some places are looking more at community liability transfers, but this really is an asset for the community up there, and I think it's a great opportunity for us all to work together to see something having a new life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joyce. Caroline?
Yeah, so thanks, John, and thank you to Jerry and the team for the huge amount of work that's gone on with this, and indeed for the opening remarks from Simon. So really my comment is just to share my support around this going forward, and it feels very neatly timed. I'm sure that's coincidental around the endorsement of the strategy and actually our principles as an anchor institution and how we want to behave differently and take a very asset-based approach as opposed to deficit-based approach. And so do think it is a really exciting piece of work, and would like to see much more of it coming through in the future. Sorry, Jerry, that'll probably give you a headache.
Thank you very much. I think Jerry was mentioning there's a few on the stocks. Okay, thank you. Right, I don't see anybody else signalling to come in. Can I take us to the recommendations, please, which is at page 155. And we have this listed under assurance, decision and endorsement. Can I ask if we're minded to be assured on the various aspects of this and the due process that we're obliged to oversee? Are we happy to go with the recommendations here?
Agreed.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, Jerry. I will introduce you properly now. I should have done as I did with everybody else for our new people. So Jerry Donald is our Head of Property and Asset Development. So thank you to you and your team for the work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
What I'm going to do is take us to the break now. Now I'm conscious of the time of where we are. Can I suggest that we take 20 minutes instead of the full 30 minutes, and we'll try and catch up some time, because I know people will have some commitments beyond the scheduled finish time. So if I can, is that okay with folks? I'm seeing some nods. So 20 minutes means that we're coming back at, well, let's go with just 5 past. So it's 19 minutes actually. Okay, thank you very much. Hi, Rachel. Is this your last board, or will you be here in August?
I finish at the end of August, so I suppose I'm open to suggestions. I can attend or I cannot attend. It's completely up to yourselves.
No, of course you can come in August. Yeah, so we'll do a double
double whammy.
Okay.
Yeah. Who's selling the backdrop here? The plan for the future backdrop?
That's Adam and the team. It's all going to charity.
It's looking good.
I'm sure he will share. You shared it with us this morning. They look good, don't they?
They do. They do.
So I'd like the circle one, just as that.
Yeah. Maybe have two.
All in good time for the launch. we've got a couple of versions of the background as well that we're developing, because sometimes white can make people look a little bit washed out. So we're going to do a couple of variations, which we'll share.
You'll have people looking at you very intensely, but they've actually been trying to read the background.
Yeah.
Okay, if we can resume the meeting, please. So the next item we have is item 9. So it's the proposed delegation of Children and Families and Justice Social Work Service to Moray IJB. And I think, Simon, are you going to speak to this first?
I am, John, thank you. And I'll just speak for a couple of minutes, no more, and then I'll bring in, if that's okay, Tracy Stephen, who's Interim Head of Service for Children's Social Work and Criminal Justice. We've also got Carmen Gillies on the call, who is our Interim Strategy and Planning Lead, who kind of managed the whole programme approach to developing the business case. So firstly, can I thank you, Chair, and the board for this opportunity to present this business case. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and ask for a potential decision on delegation. We've produced a business case. It's in there in the papers, and whilst that might seem quite bureaucratic in one sense, we never lost sight through the process of developing the business case of why we were doing this. This was about what it would mean for improving the quality and the outcomes for the children of Moray. There is a history, of course, and a story to this, which goes back to probably in terms of the kind of structural elements, 2019, when there was a report done by an external consultant for the council, for Moray Council, which effectively created two parts to the council to be managed by 2 deputy chief execs. But Children's Social Work and Criminal Justice, let's call it Children's Services, were not in that structure. And the agreement at that stage was that the Health and Social Care Partnership, in shadow kind of arrangements, would manage children's services as part of the structure. So when I came to Moray in April 20, there was good intent to move the service into and the aspiration to move the service to be delegated to the IJB, but there wasn't a process to do that. So we set up a programme board later on in 2020, going into 21, and recognising that there was an initial target date of a potential delegation in April 21. Well, of course, nobody knew at that point that COVID was going to be coming along, but obviously we set up the programme board during COVID. And despite all of the work we were doing around the pandemic, I think that we made reasonable progress, and we've managed to deliver now a business case which I hope can stand on its own 2 feet. The business case has been approved by the council in the last council, and now it's come to NHS Grampian for consideration. As I say, there's a lot in the business case about kind of, I suppose, the process, the money, the reasons why we should delegate, but the programme board never lost sight of the fact this was going to be about the children of Moray. Particular thanks on the programme board, there was obviously myself and Tracy and Carmen, but particular thanks to Caroline and Alan Sharp for their support on the programme board as well, and for helping us through that process to deliver a business case, which, as I say, is kind of stood up in front of council scrutiny and now is under scrutiny at this board here. So I want to, if that's okay, Chair, I want to hand over to Tracy, because Tracy is Interim Head of Services, going to talk a bit about what it will mean for children in Moray, what it will mean for the service in how we develop. But what I would say just before that is one of the big questions was around the money. If we went back kind of 2 years ago, and a service that was not necessarily in the best of places. All credit to Tracy and her leadership and how she's led the social work team through a period of change. And when we talk about transformational change, I would suggest that Tracy's definitely been taking the services on that journey. And we've seen some considerable improvements, not just in the money, with some significant underspends over the last 2 financial years, but also in some of the outcomes. So the local government benchmarking framework ranks the 32 local authority services, and we're also in a peer group. So Murray's in a peer group with 7 other local authorities. And I was just reading our report card a week ago from the latest quarter, and seeing that not only have we moved up the rankings for children's services in a number of areas compared to local authorities, for at least one domain, we're now best of class in our peer group. And that's an incredible turnaround from 2 years ago. So without any further ado, if that's okay, Chair, can I bring Tracy in to give us a bit of flavour? Thank you.
Yeah, Tracy, please come in.
Thank you, Simon. So I suppose just to follow on from that, I think Simon's point there about this isn't purely about the finances. This is about what's best for children and young people in Moray. I think that we have been through an incredible journey probably over the last 10 years where I think in some ways children's services and criminal justice was somewhat stuck in a bit of a rut. And when we reflect on some of the reasons for that, I think Moray in its demography can be quite limited in terms of people coming in from other local authority areas to work within our social work department specifically. And I think what that creates is a kind of risk of being a bit insular and not having that outward vision to look at what's happening in other local authority areas. And we don't have that same mix of different experiences and ideas that have come from elsewhere. So I think since really Simon has been at the helm, if you like, things have really shifted. We've really changed our direction. I think that we have become far more outward looking, connected with the national developments, and I guess particularly around the area of social work practice is understood that we need to be on a significant improvement journey. We have made some really big strides towards that. We'll continue to be on an improvement journey, the same as every other local authority area. But I think for us, that alignment with adult services to allow us to support families in a different way is to work together with our mental health and support for parents who have substance misuse issues as well, will allow us to really ensure that our children and young people have, continue to have better outcomes, that we provide safe services that allow families to remain together, and that we really have an eye on kind of best practice on a national scale as well. So I think we've certainly turned a significant corner as a children's social work and our criminal justice services, but we want to continue with that. We want to continue to improve to better outcomes than what we've achieved in the last 2 years. We want to continue to save money. We want to make sure that the children of Moray have the same support, same expectations of their social work departments that other areas have. So I shall leave it there and just, I suppose, open up to any questions.
Chair, if I may suggest, thank you, Tracy. Chair, if I may suggest giving Alan an opportunity to come in terms of the due diligence around the money, because that clearly was, if we go back 2 years ago, was a real sticking point. I think what Tracy's just described, and hopefully I kind of did in my introduction, was show the correlation between quality, safety and efficiency. And I think that the money that has been saved is as a result of the improved practice. And I think that's a really good kind of case in point around how we can do that. And we'll have to learn from that for lots of other things as well. But if you're happy to bring in Alan just around the due diligence on the money, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, no, certainly. Because I think you've both given us level of assurance on the aspects that you've spoken to, but the money part needs to be covered as well. So Alan, please, can you come in?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks Simon and Tracy as well. So we've done quite a lot of financial due diligence on the money situation. We wanted to make sure that neither the IJB or NHS Grampian was unduly exposed to financial risk as part of the delegation of the service. And so I've worked quite closely with the Chief Finance Officer from the IJB and the Head of Finance from Moray Council. The service in total has a budget of just under £20 million. And as Tracy has said, for the last couple of years, there have been underspends on that budget, quite significant underspends because of changes in practice, which is really good. What we've agreed upon, and you'll see it in the paper, is we've agreed an 18-month period between the operational delegation of the service and the financial delegation of the service, which will allow the service to bed in to the IJB and won't expose the IJB or NHS Grampian to undue financial risks. So basically what that means is that the operational service will transfer to the IJB, but financial responsibility for an 18-month period will still sit with the council, so that there's no surprises once the service does transition fully in financial and operational terms. So that's the proposal. From a professional point of view, I'm quite comfortable with that. We've agreed it with the council and with the IJB. And as I say, there are underspends in the service at the moment. Still work to be done to monitor the financial position, but in overall terms, it increases the Moray Council's share of the IJB budget. So there's probably more of a financial risk on the council side than there is around the NHS side. So happy to answer any further questions on that, but that's the financial context.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll come back to that within the questions. So thank you for those inputs. Can I open it up for comments and questions on the paper? Can I ask just for a point of governance? So today we're being asked to approve the business case. That will go through the three organisations, the council, the IJB and us today, NHS Grampian, and then it will come back together to us for final approval. Is that correct?
No, so if I can clarify, Chair. So the business case has already been approved by the council. It's come to NHS board today. If you approve, it will go to the IJB to ensure that they're still content with receiving effectively that delegation. What will come back to council, board and IJB will be the amended scheme of integration. So that process, so if there was a decision today to delegate, we're still some months away, because we would need to put the amended scheme of integration in front of Parliament, and it would need to sit in Parliament for 6 weeks. That's the statutory timescale for all amendments to the scheme of integration. So I think we're looking at kind of end of this calendar year potentially, if we got to move on, if there was a yes decision today, but we've still got to go to the IJB. So I'm making no presumptions.
Okay, no, that's helpful just to understand, to be very crystal clear what we're deciding today and the import of that. So thank you. Caroline.
Thanks, John. Thank you, Simon, Tracy and Alan. As Simon set out, I was a member of the board that has taken us through to where we are now, and just to set out for NHS Grampian board, I absolutely believe that whilst the risks associated with the financial position have been significant and have been repeatedly considered, and I am absolutely assured by how Alan and finance colleagues from the IJB and local authority have sought to assure due diligence around that. The focus of the conversation has always been on the outcomes for the children in Moray, and it has not been an easy journey to where the team have got us to today. So would like to put forward my support for the proposal that's in front of us, as actually evidenced by Tracy in regards to the improvements that are already being evident and being evidenced in the work that's being done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Caroline. Don't see anybody. Oh, Dennis, please
John,
come in.
Thanks. Yeah, really coming from the Moray IGB perspective, we've had some preliminary discussions around this, and I think, you know, to be fair, there was some degree of concern initially, and the risk factor mainly was around perhaps the financial aspect, but we were also looking for the assurances as to that positive outcomes for the children and families, and obviously criminal justice as well, in terms of coming over to the IGB, in terms of that governance aspect. And what we've seen certainly over the last couple of years, and what's come back to us periodically, has been that transformation in service. And I think, you know, both Simon and Tracy are to be commended for the work that they have done, and obviously their teams, respective teams, have done within Moray, because we are seeing a much better place now for our children and families, and certainly criminal justice within Moray, than we had certainly just prior to Simon coming. And I'm not saying that it was all due to Simon, because there was a lot of work prior to that from Pam Dudek at that time. But Simon picked up the gauntlet, has run with it, and Tracy has been transformational in terms of the work that's going on. And I'm extremely supportive of taking this forward. Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Luann?
Thank you. It makes sense to me, a whole family approach, particularly given the size of Moray, so I'm really supportive of the intent. Just a point of clarity on the money aspect. So currently it's an underspend, but are we thinking the next 18 months gives enough time to move towards a balanced budget? So when it's the financial element is moved over, it'll be on a balanced budget approach.
Thanks, Luann. I think I can answer that. Yeah, the underspend has largely arisen because of changes in out of area placements as a result of changes in practice in the children's social work department in Moray, as Tracy outlined. So I think we would take a balanced budget, but we'd hope for an underspend. You know, the thing that we want to avoid is an overspend position. So we will want the reason why we've given it that 18-month sort of honeymoon period is to make sure that we understand the financial position, we understand what the cost drivers are, and can go into the position where it transfers to the IGB with a full understanding of all the factors. But we would expect the budget to be definitely in balance, preferably continuing to underspend.
Okay, thank you very much. Just on the money side of this, because I totally support what's happening with the outcomes around children. That fits with our new plan for the future, and the as I think it was Rona was mentioning, focus on service. So really applaud that and fully support it. Just being very clear on the money side. So the money will continue for this service to come through the council and from there into the IGB. And that will therefore change the proportion of money that comes through from council and NHS Grampian. So will it be in the gift of the council as to how much it passes on?
Yes, so at the moment the split of the contribution share between NHS Grampian and the Moray Council to the IGB is, off the top of my head, roughly about 60-40. So it's roughly 60% NHS, 40% council. So with the incorporation of this service, the council 40% share will increase, and it's up to the council to decide on an annual basis, just as it's up to NHS Grampian to decide how much money goes into the IGB. So effectively, the children's social work element of the council's contribution will be no different to any other element of their contribution, so that they absolutely have the decision on that as part of their budget setting process as to how much they put into IGB services.
Okay, and I think if we can be assured that there's transparency on what they transfer, then that gives us some comfort, because that's them defining the level of service that would continue, in part at least. Okay, so I don't see any other people signalling to come in on this item. Can I therefore take us to the recommendation, page 167 of the pack? I'm just scrolling to that myself. So we're being asked to consider the business case and approve that, to note that it's being submitted to the other stakeholders in this, agree financial accountability for that 18 months that lies with the service, with the council. Oh, it's just, sorry. Bear with me a second, I'll just bring it back. Yeah. You pursue the discussion with the Scottish Government on the scheme, and note that we'll get further report. And Simon, you've clarified the basis of that report coming in August. So yeah, are we happy?
Chair, sorry, can I just add in? We've put an indicative date. Our wish would be to obviously move this along at pace. So we've put it, the 4th of August board meeting is kind of a request if there is a decision to approve the business case. However, there are some capacity issues within the council's legal section. So we'll be seeking external legal support through the council framework, but that may hold things up by a few weeks. But indicatively, 4th of August, if we can do that.
Okay, that's helpful to clarify, and as long as we're not holding it up at our end, that's fine. So on that basis, are we happy to approve the recommendations that we have here?
Aye. Content, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. If we can go on to the next item, item 10, page 208 of the pack, bed and anchor update. Is Paul Allen here?
I am,
yeah.
Chair, yes.
Yes, okay. Paul is our director of, well, I haven't got it right in front of me, Paul. Can you introduce yourself?
Okay, afternoon, everyone. So for those that have not met me, I'm Director of Facilities and eHealth. And today we've got an update on the Beard and Anchor project. So I'm joined by my colleague, Julie Anderson, who's the Deputy Project Director and Finance Manager for the Beard and Anchor projects. So colleagues, since the last update to the board in April, construction work, which commenced in January 2021, is progressing at pace for both Beard and Anchor projects, which will be class-leading facilities when fully commissioned. This paper confirms updates to the project forecast and funding arrangements following realisation of risks associated with the challenges related to COVID, market conditions, availability of materials and labour supply. The project team continue to work collaboratively with the contractor, Scottish Government, Health Facilities Scotland and independent advisors to confirm and validate the impact of abnormal market conditions on the project delivery and nearing conclusion of a commercial arrangement with the contractor to provide relief. Following approval of the business case by the board and the Scottish Government back in September 2020, the construction contract for the Beard and Anchor projects was entered into in October 2020. However, market conditions within the construction industry since the award of contract have created programme and cost pressures beyond those that were anticipated at that time. With regard to the cost and capital investment to date, following a comprehensive review of the impact of the recent abnormal market conditions experienced by the project, the forecast outturn cost has been revised upwards to 244.8 million from the previous approved 233.2, so a 11.6 million difference there, as set out in section 2.3 and the table within that page. The revised capital investment requirement of 244.8 million is funded in full through an agreed ring-fence capital allocation from the Scottish Government, meaning that other NHS Grampian infrastructure projects will not be impacted by these projects' increase in the overall project. The main factors driving this projected increase in costs are fully covered in the paper that's before us today, which are centred around abnormal market conditions and project risk contingency. The extent of these abnormal conditions and the impact in the construction supply chain were not all foreseeable when the Stage 4 construction contract was agreed in October 2020. As part of a collaboration process to understand the impact of these issues on the programme and cost with the principal supply chain partner, they have been openly providing us detailed information to Grampian and our advisors, which have been independently validated by the board's cost advisors for the project, and has informed further dialogue with the Scottish Government on additional support being made available to the main contractor and their supporting supply chain as well, importantly, within the existing contractual framework to help address these abnormal market events. A suitable contractor mechanism is in place of being agreed that will set out arrangements to amend the construction contract and provide a conditional offer to provide contractor relief. The impact on the project forecast of these arrangements is anticipated to be 7.2 million, of which 3.8 relates to additional costs claimed by the contractor and the supply chain partners during the construction programme to date, and a further 3 million is estimated additional costs to be incurred on the remaining programme. A process is in place to ensure that all claims for additional relief under this mechanism are subject to robust verification of the supporting evidence presented to us. In relation to the project risk contingency, the original project forecast includes provisions of 5.2 million to address the risks as they arise. Following approval, recent contract variation, including changes, design changes, and their programme impact, the risk provision is largely committed, and an uplift of 4.4 million, including VAT, has been estimated in consultation with our advisors as required to address the potential further design changes as construction drawings are developed and/or risks in the remaining period of the project as they arise. With regard to revenue costs, the last update we gave, the first full year of operation of 24-25, that still remains an estimated 9.7 million as approved in the full business case and has been incorporated into the board's financial planning for that period. The programme for bringing the facilities into operation continues to be as previously reported, i.e. bring into operation Anchor as of August 23, Baird Family Hospital as of, that will be March 24, and the demolishment of the current Aberdeen Maternity Hospital facility in August 24, so no change there. With regard to risk management, this is an integral feature of the project, and regular reporting of key risks are made up through the project board. Finally, market conditions impacted by the geopolitical issues within the construction industry continues to be classed as red risk to the programme, and costs due to the ongoing material shortages and lead times and inflation. Whilst the arrangement proposed in this report seeks to address known market pressures, current market uncertainty and the impact of UK sanctions on Russia are not yet fully reflected. And on this basis, when the impact is fully understood, we will report this back to the board in due course. So thank you, Chair. And before considering recommendations of the paper, myself and Julie would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. The report's very clear and that's very thorough in terms of giving the current status and the ask of the board. Just for our new board members, we considered this item in detail at the last meeting, and that's reflected in the minute that was in front of us earlier. Ian Yule first, and then Derek. Ian.
Thanks, Chair. I think you actually just answered my question, but on page 211, the second paragraph on page 211, there's
reference to the further £3.4 million in estimated additional cost to be incurred in the remaining programme. Given that public sector construction inflation is hitting 40% in places, how robust do you believe that figure is? And I note your comment about market conditions at the which you made at the end of your remarks.
Yeah,
thank you, Ian. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I'll maybe just briefly open up to Julie. So it'd be disingenuous of me to say anything other than we're working through each of these events as they arise with our principal supply chain partner, and we deal with that on an ongoing basis. So I expect to be back here at the board, if I'm honest, as we clean down any compensation events and things that are come back to us. But Julie, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to confirm, well, we entered into the contract in October 20. Since that time, the contractor has been securing work packages associated with the construction programme, and if you've seen, we're quite a way through, certainly in the Anchor facility and on Baird, we're moving into that. So they have secured some cost certainty in those contracts with the supply chain, and they are also, and we have been since last summer working with to understand with them how they are managing supply shortages and potential labour shortages and the mitigations they're putting in place. So they have been working really hard to put mitigations in place around the marketplaces, and they have secured some certainty. But as Paul says, there continues to be residual uncertainty because we're only halfway through the project. Construction, sorry.
Thank you, Julie. Ian, did you want to come back?
No, thanks. I appreciate it was a fairly awkward question because it is a constantly moving situation, but thank you for the answers.
Thank you. Derek?
Thanks, John. Maybe I'm not reading this right, Paul, but I'm trying to do some sums here, maybe not getting them quite right. We've increased the value by 11.6 million, and that's going to be fully funded by Scottish Government, so well done for that. That's really helpful. The 11.6 is made up of 7.2 million on the contract value. That's the 3.4 and the 3.8 million for construction to date and the construction to come. And then there's 4.4 million increase in contingencies over and above the 5.2. So in the recommendations, we're then asked to approve the going up to the 244.8 million. But then we're asked to vary the contract value in relation to this arrangement, subject to the final value inclusive of VAT not exceeding 5 million on the work packages procured to date. Is that an additional £5 million of contingencies?
I can understand why you've chosen that one because the way it's worded, but probably best if I invite Julie in just to explain that. But you're not wrong why you've picked it up. It's probably just how we framed it. Julie?
Yeah. So the relief that we are proposing to the cap on relief we're proposing around abnormal market conditions with the contractor is 7.2 million. The 4.2 to date is 3.2 to date is where they have 3.8 to date is where they have demonstrated and have entered into procurement arrangements around that. We are still in an ongoing dialogue with them. That was as at February, and they're obviously procuring a number of packages and since that period. So we may be able to capture some additional relief to them, including the commercial arrangement that we're trying to enter into with them. And that's why we've putting that cap there. But the overall relief that would be available to them is the 7.2 million. So it's not additional, it's just to give a bit of flexibility in getting to the end of the contract variation that we're working with them on. Does that make sense?
Well, I can't understand where the 5 million comes in. And I understand the 3.8 and I think it's 3.4 giving you the 7.2. I understand the 4.4, but I don't understand the 5 million that's in the recommendation.
The 5 million includes 3.8 with an additional piece of flexibility to allow us, it's subject to procurement and evidence that further relief is due to contractor in a staged approach. So we're expecting them to call down that relief on a staged basis. At the moment, they have evidence of 3.8, and there's a potential that they by the time we enter into this arrangement, subject to the board giving delegated approval to do so, that we might move that out. But it would mean that the residual second stage of the arrangement would have a lesser value, but up to that cap of 7.2 million.
There's the 5.
Yeah, and I think I'm reading that as a cap on the delegated authority that we would then receive.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Derek. Any other questions on this? Okay, can I take us to the recommendations, pages 213 and 214? So noting the revised forecast figures that we've been given, approving to delegate authority, which we've done in the past, and then I think that's right, that gets reported back to the board for information, and then reporting again, and with the conditions on that delegation in the recommendations, and then we'll receive a further report on this at our next meeting in August. Are we happy to approve those recommendations?
Content.
Thank you very much. So if I can take us now to item 11, revised model code of conduct for members of devolved public bodies. And Sarah, you're leading on this.
Yeah, thank you, John. This revised model code of conduct was produced by the Ethical Standards Commissioner and issued at the end of last year. NHS Scotland have taken a once for Scotland approach on this, and there's some minor amendments to take account of the situation for health board members that have been agreed with Scottish Government for health boards. We've been asked by Scottish Government to adopt this and publish it on our website by the 10th of June. So we're kind of coming right up to the deadline on that. The amendments to the code are quite significant, mainly in format and in content from the previous version of the code. It's now expressed in the first person. There's a clarification of when you have to declare an interest. So you first have to consider what your connection is to the item, and then you have to apply the objective test to decide if a normal member of the public would consider that you had an interest in that needed to be declared. And then you have to consider whether you stay for the item or withdraw. All of that's in the new section 5 of the code. There's new provisions on social media, on bullying and harassment, and on how to raise issues about employees. All of this is summarised in the Standards Commissioner slides that are included at Appendix 2. There are online guides to the code, and we can also seek a training session if board members would like that from the Ethical Standards Commission about it.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Can I open that up for comment and questions? Okay, I think people had seen the detail previously. Just on Sarah's point about potentially a briefing on this, certainly it would be part of the induction for our new members, I'm assuming. And given the changes, would people value a briefing on this, or are you happy to work from the printed copy? Okay, not getting great view around that. We can maybe talk about it at the informal meeting that we have of non-execs.
John, if it's part, sorry, John, if it's part of the induction, would it be then recorded in order that we could then dip into it as and when people have the time to do so?
Sarah?
I think if we're doing it for induction, I think it'll be Leslie and I chatting it through with people. I think what I was highlighting was that we could approach the Standards Commission to do a more formal briefing if you wanted, but I think that would have to be done on the basis of the whole board. Yeah.
No, it was just whether or not the induction part would be recorded, or that we could just dip into it. But if it's fairly informal, it's okay. Thank you, John.
Okay, thanks. And we'll touch on this at the informal meeting of non-execs again. So if I can take us to the recommendation then, page 218, and we're asked to note the key changes as set out in Appendix 2 and agree to adopt this as in Appendix 1 as the NHS Grampian Code of Conduct. And then, as you're saying, Sarah, this will go onto the website as well. So we're happy to approve that.
10.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. So that takes us to item 12, and what we have here are committee reports. So we've got a few minutes on each of these. The purpose of these, this is for our new board members, is to give any highlights from the committee reports up to the board. Going forward, the committees will be seeking assurance on behalf of the board rather than giving assurance to the board. So there'll be a slight change in what we see in future. But nevertheless, at the current time, we have our committees providing these updates. So going to page 258, the first one is in relation to the Clinical Governance Committee. And so I'm grateful for Jenny Ingram for authoring this. What we've got are 5 items highlighted, so obviously it's there for people to have read, but the combined risk management and derogations report is taking this forward. So our executives at the committee have taken performance reporting into a fresh approach. We have the quality and safety that we need to scrutinise from that committee on the Murray maternity review and implementation. The dentistry is a cause of concern and will be reported back to the committee as we keep our scrutiny on that. Healthcare associated infections we do at each committee, and that's in a stable position as reported. And then we reviewed our constitution ahead of what we saw in the terms of reference in the earlier report. So I don't know if there's any questions on that. I'm happy to take that. Luann?
Thanks, John. It was just, I suppose, in light of early discussions, it was interesting to read about the discussion that you had on general practice and the idea of a joint session around, I think it says, discussing service delivery and professional governance routes. Just wanted to understand, would that be open to IJB colleagues as well, and who would be leading on that?
Yes, I mean, I could make a first comment and that maybe others want to come in. What we did was invite the chairs of IJBs to attend for our discussion. And so we're trying to get a cross-service approach, and it's up for discussion as to whether that's done in multiple places or together, but certainly recognising the role of IJBs in it. Bert?
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a query in relation to 2.5 Clinical Governance Committee Constitution. The second paragraph, I think it is, where there's reference to professional governance falling within the committee remit with a formal link to staff governance. I'm just interested to know how that formal link is to be achieved.
Okay, is Nick still on the call?
Yeah, I'm still on the call. Happy to come in with that. So, and interestingly, there was a bit of dialogue earlier on actually in the meeting from some of the board members about this. So the upshot is that I think the approach we're taking around professional governance is, one, is to be system-wide. Secondly, to be inclusive. So our professional governance sort of group now has the social work leads, lead social workers involved, chief social workers in. And we had developed about 5 years ago a professional assurance framework, which is currently version 10 or something like that, but we're about to move to its formal new version 2, which will hopefully include social work. So that's a framework of what we're doing. And I think the vehicle that we're going to use for delivering assurance will be essentially for all of those professional groups, we'll produce a system-wide annual report that encompasses all of the domains that are set out in the professional assurance framework, with an opportunity for exception reporting as well. Now, it may well be that we take that report both to staff governance and clinical governance with a highlighting of the lens that each of those two assurance committees have on the same set of information, because it's a slightly different aspect to it. We're also, I know previously we talked about the assurance framework for education and training, and again we're revising that at the moment to again hardwire in what is the route by which our, if you like, governance systems link into the board subcommittees. So definitely a work in progress, definitely collaborative, definitely whole system, and open to test out what's best heard in what fora.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, can we note that report, and if we can move on to Endowment Committee, and we've got the note, Luann.
Thanks, John. I think someone's hand was up. Was it Joyce? It's maybe just disappeared.
It was me. If I could come back about the clinical governance and the work that Nick's doing. Do we have any dates on when this is going to be ready? Because it's something that's been in discussion for quite some time. And I know that Bert and I are concerned about things falling through gaps.
In terms of the professional assurance framework, we've got the draft for version 2 going about at the moment. Our last meeting, which was last week, we had the first of the chief social workers joining us. So I can't give you an exact date, but there's pretty healthy progress. And I think I would hope that within the next few months, we'll be able to bring something to both of those committees to say, what would it look like? How would the lens from both staff governance and clinical governance look at this information?
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, over to you, Luann, if there's anything you want to highlight on endowments.
Thanks, John. Just 2 points real quick. First one to highlight, we had a development session recently to hear about the plans for developing the first strategic plan for the endowment charity. And that's really focusing on making sure the endowment charity is ready for the recommendations that have come from the National Review, focusing on the systems that we have in place, and also ensuring that the charity's spend is in line with that balance we're seeking to get in our system between enabling well-being and treating illness. So that work is ongoing, and the trustees who were there were pleased to see the direction of travel and supportive of the work that our new lead officer is doing around that strategy work. Secondly, just to highlight that we have our final meeting of our policy investment review work, which has been done in the first half of this year. ahead of a refreshed policy for our investment coming to the AGM in July, and there's some suggested changes to the policy which are around ensuring that our investment activity focuses on sustainability and ethical investment, which is appropriate for a health charity. So all trustees are welcome and invited to that meeting, which I think is the 8th of June next week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luann. Okay, don't see anybody signalling, so we'll go on to the Engagement and Participation Committee. Amy's not with us today, but the information is there in the report, and if there are questions, I would be looking for Stuart to assist us in as lead officer there. Are there any questions on this report? Okay, so if we can note what we're provided with there and the assurance that provides what that committee is doing. Can I go to Performance Governance Committee? Rona?
Thank you, Chair. I've nothing to add or highlight. It's all in the written report and attached to the papers.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there anything anybody wants to ask on this? Okay, thank you very much for the report, Rona. So we'll note that. If we can move on to Staff Governance Committee, Joyce.
Thank you. The only thing to highlight really is that there's ongoing work on the statutory and mandatory training. We're likely to be having a development session because there is quite a lot of work needed to understand the full implications, the data around it, whether it's actually as robust as we need it to be, and therefore how can we plan for the future once we know how robust our data that we have is. So we'll take that back to the board at some point in the future.
Thank you, Joyce. Again, I don't see anybody looking to come in on that, so thank you for that, and we'll note that report. Can we pick up the whistleblowing quarterly report now? That's page 275 of the pack. Adam, did you want to say anything in introducing this?
Just two things, if that's okay, John. The first is that you'll note this is the fourth report. We've changed the format, and I hope people find that a bit easier to understand. It the previous format was a bit tricky, so having listened to the feedback, hopefully that's better. But again, if it doesn't quite hit the spot, please let us know and we'll have another go. And just to say that the annual report, which again is required as part of the national Scotland policy, will be coming to the board in the August board meeting. So next time you meet formally together.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just again for our new board members mention that Bert Donald is our whistleblowing champion, who's appointed as in that role to our board as a non-executive in his own right, but also whistleblowing champion. Bert, is there anything you wanted to add in relation to that paper?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would just take an opportunity to highlight 2 or 3 things. The numbers are there for people to read, the figures for the first year. And one of the responsibilities of the board is to consider learning and emerging trends in relation to these occurrences. At the end of year 1, the figure is 14. I'm not sure if we expected more or less than 14. What does 14 tell us? I guess you can interpret that in a number of different ways, but these are the figures. As I say, I think too early to be identifying repeated trends, but it's important that the learning is taken on board. 1 year into the implementation of the standards, I thought it was important just to pause and take stock on where we had reached. and I've had various conversations with Adam, with Tom, with Louise and with Diane, and we've been looking at some of our processes and the opportunity, I think, has been taken to try and refresh some of that. There's issues around workload. There's issues around roles and responsibilities. So all of that is being considered, and I'm sure that that will be dealt with as we move forward. I think there's still something around communication, people's awareness of the standards. So we need to continue focusing on that. There is, of course, a very clear link between whistleblowing and culture, and part of this pause after a year was to look at how we can continue to develop that, and that's a particular conversation I've been having with Tom. There's been conversations with the Scottish Government over the past couple of months, and one of the things that was mentioned was the poor take-up across right across the country, in fact, of the TURAS modules. And you'll see in the report today that the Grampian performance in relation to that probably mirrors what's happening elsewhere. So I think it's important, if we can, to try and encourage TURAS participation, but recognising too, of course, all of the pressures and demands that people have been facing over the past period of time. The annual report will be, of course, a public document, and Adam mentioned that just a moment ago, and that will come to the August board. So that's all that I would want to say in the meantime, Chair, but if there's any comments or questions, then of course happy to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bert. Okay, I don't see anybody signalling, and clearly we'll have an opportunity for discussion around the annual report at the next meeting in August. So if we can take the recommendations on that, which is page 279, and agree those recommendations that we've been provided with. Is the board happy with that?
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you very much. That takes us to 13.1, the page 281, and we've got the area clinical forum first. Kim?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's quite a short meeting because we had a workshop for half of our meeting, which was really quite successful, and we're still working through the outputs of that. So other than that, I don't have anything to add to what's in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody signalling, so if we can note the work that's been going on and the points brought up in the note. Thank you. Next to Rachel and the Grampian Area Partnership Forum.
Thanks very much, Chair. If I could just take this opportunity to thank a number of colleagues for their contributions to the annual GAPF Development Day, specifically to Caroline for introducing the day, Adam for his role as co-chair, and for Tom delivering a number of workshops. The day provided the opportunity to positively promote and celebrate the good partnership model of working within NHS Grampian, and Adam and Stephen Lindsay, who will be taking on the co-chair role, will be considering and developing the action plan from the day, and the success of the day is due to all those who attend and contribute. So a huge thank you to everyone for that, and happy to take any questions on the rest of the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Kate, I'm not seeing anybody looking for any clarification on that, so we're happy to note the work there. Thank you very much. And the Integration Joint Board, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, again, a breadth of work that's being carried out within 3 IJBs across Grampian. I think, of course, it's from the latest approved minutes, and so the timing of meetings and when topics come up kind of creates that variation. But I think when I look back over the last year, there's a lot of similarity in terms of the items that are discussed, maybe kind of titled and labelled differently, but a number of strands of work that relate to kind of transformational change, particularly around our pathways for older people and frailty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon. Any points to clarify on that, or any questions? Okay, thank you. So we're happy to note that as well. That takes us to item 14, which are the approved committee forum and IJB minutes, which are there for information. So we would note those. I'll just take them as a block in case there's anything anybody wants to ask. Okay, so if we're happy to do that, then item 15, dates of the next meetings. Our next meeting will be in July. We have a seminar scheduled then, but there will need to be a short open single item meeting. Sarah, is that an open meeting or a closed meeting?
I think I need to take advice from Paul Baku and Gary Mortimer, who are preparing the paper on the National Treatment Centre, because I'm aware that paper needs to be submitted to the Scottish Government. So sometimes the Scottish Government doesn't like us to take items in public before they've seen them.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe Adam, do you have any better idea on that?
So I think we'll need to just figure it out. That I think it's the bit about the board giving us permission to proceed, but it's not a formal gateway. So I think we just need to sort through that, John, and then agree the best way to do that.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll build that into the programme for that session, which will be largely a seminar session. Then 4th of August is our next formal board meeting. Okay, so that brings us to a close for the open meeting today. Can I thank everybody for your contributions? And it does strike me that we're going through a reshaping of how we're doing our business as a board, and all of the reports have contributed towards that. And I think I'm particularly struck of having clearer strategic intent and being able to start looking at our reports and what's coming through that perspective. So I'm finding that really quite supportive of us doing our job very thoroughly for the population that we're serving. So can I thank all of the contributors and all of those contributing discussion points. And I'll close that meeting now. The board members are asked to reconvene for a very short closed meeting. If we could go straight to that and deal with that, and then people can be free for the rest of the day. So many thanks to everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.